Where's my camera? There it is. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Patch notes happened right before this, so we're going to briefly go over the patch notes. We're mostly going to go over anything in orange, so things that were changed between the initial patch and now, and then we're going to go over all the questions you guys had for week 2 of the 10-year anniversary tournament. I'll try to get through these as quickly as possible. I have the patch literally dropped right now, which is annoying for me personally, but I can still load the old replays with Spazos tools as long as I'm logged into Battle.net, but don't actually have HOTS loaded, and I open the replay directly, and I have to close out of HOTS all the way in between each game and load the replays directly from the replays again. It's weird, just the way it is. Okay. Master and Grandmaster players can only party with players 5,000 rank points away from them. Good. Okay, that's a great change. And essentially, this is kind of like what already happened, right? In terms of people being able to only party with each other, like in the same rank bracket, essentially, because it's 1,000 points per rank, and there's 5 ranks, so per bracket there's 5,000 points. So this essentially is saying that. I mean, why don't they just make this the rule in general? Like, why not just make it so that parties can only be within 5K of each other overall? I guess it'd be a little bit more annoying at low ranks because there are some people who have like bronze friends who are gold, but yeah. Yeah, I assume a diamond 1 can still party with a plat 5. I assume this is just a new rule for masters specifically, and people were abusing the system. They were letting their master account decay to D5, and then they were queuing with their low master friend as a party of 4 or 5 masters to boost them to GM. Right, that was the thing that was happening more than it should have been, definitely. I have Horus cooldown is now 6 seconds. Bonus is acquired from Deadeye now lasts 4 seconds. Okay, not huge changes. The other Ana changes pretty standard. Ooh, Ariel got some changes. Reduced amount of energy stored from 40 to 35% of damage non-heroes. So Ariel got a slight nerf. I actually don't know if it's standard in other MOBAs. Like, I don't know what the restrictions are in League or Dota, or even like Paladins or Smite. Like, I don't know what the systems are there. But I have played a couple of mobile MOBAs that I really disliked, and like some of them were solo queue only, so no partying at all. And yeah, different games have different systems. I'm really not sure like what the best solution is to this basic problem, because MOBAs, HOTS in particular, you really want to play with a team. It's a team-based MOBA. There's a lot of coordination. You're not 1v5ing. That's just not that kind of game. So you do want to play with people who are on the same page to make it more fun. But you don't want to allow those people to boost, and that's sort of what Unranked Draft is supposed to do. Like, Unranked Draft is supposed to be this game mode where it doesn't matter how good or bad people are. You can just, always queue as 5 and get the draft situation. But Unranked Draft is dead as a game mode. So it's a problem that not only is like fundamentally difficult in terms of balance, it's also difficult in terms of the realities of the player population. Like, theoretically, you could have a mixed queue, but you could have different MMRs for when people are solo queuing versus when they're not solo queuing, and that would give some like prestige to your solo queue MMR, right? But then is your group MMR per group, or is it just if you're in a stack at all, you have a different MMR? Like, that's a solution. I don't know how practical that is on the back end for Blizzard. Face melt cooldown reduced. Oh, cooldown reduced baseline. Hello. Armor from basic abilities increased from 20. Wow. Added functionality to Hammer On. Basic attacks deal 12% more damage, increased to 36% while Car Solo is active. Well, that's pretty interesting. This talent is almost never taken. The one time it sometimes is taken, or was taken in competitive, and actually did something, was when ETC was soloing temples on Sky Temple, and he was drafted as an offlane, but his job was actually to solo temples on Sky Temple while everyone else handled waves because he effectively lost no health. Sometimes he did it from the tank slot, and you'd have another frontliner. But the fact that he lost no health was huge. And it's the same reason in 2015 and 2016 that Illidan was the most meta hero on Sky Temple, just because he can solo a shrine with no damage taken, which is huge. SC2 has a different MMR. Yeah, but those are actually different modes, right? Those are different queues. I'm talking about a situation where you have everyone's in the same queue, but you have different MMR based on whether or not you're in a group. I think even just to if you let's say you're on the Stormlink screen and you join a group, look, your D3 normal MMR to Plat 3 group MMR. It's probably not that, but every time you join a group, does it just swap your picture over to the Plat 3 one? Is that figuring out how that would work would be a technical challenge. And then would it even be good? Would people enjoy that? Because if Stormlink's already struggling in North America a little bit, if people are I don't like this change, and they stop playing altogether, that's also not good. Encore was nerfed a little bit. Power of the Horde, new talent. Activate to grant nearby allied heroes a shield that absorbs damage equal to 30% of their maximum health for 5 seconds, increased by 2% for each allied hero in the area. This new talent replaces Storm Shield. What's the cooldown of this? Is it the same cooldown as normal Storm Shield? New talent, Ride the Lightning. Activate to teleport to a nearby location, deal 48 damage to nearby enemy heroes. The cooldown is reduced by 10 seconds for every enemy hero hit, up to 50 seconds. So theoretically, you could blink in and then immediately blink out if you hit heroes. Honestly, these are good changes. I think arguably the only change ETC needed was this. I think if he had just this one change, it would have been possible for him to not get one shot anymore. But the rest of these seem reasonable. How close are we to getting rid of generic talents, or getting to a point where only one hero has the generic remainder talent? So Mule is only on one hero now. Several heroes still have Bolt, but it's one less. A couple heroes still have Storm Shield, but it's one less. I wonder if they're trying to get rid of all the generic talents, because that was always a long-term goal of the dev team, was no generic talents left. We're almost, and it seems like every patch we're getting a little bit closer. They clarified how this works. I'm still not sure this is good. Oh, now hits 2 extra targets if no heroes are in range. So E hits 3. I assume this means even without W1, you can maybe now double soak, but you run out of mana. Because you could already W soak with W1. It just wasn't if you got interfered with, it was problematic. Molten Armor will now hit 2 extra targets even if enemy heroes are in range. Theoretically, this is insane with the cleave talent, but we know what happened to the cleave talent. So. No longer slows if the stun is removed. Interesting. Okay. That makes that talent a little bit worse. Emerald Dream no longer puts heroes to sleep if the root gets removed. This is interesting to me because this is being labeled as a bug. And based on the wording, I wouldn't have expected that to be a bug, but it's being labeled as a bug. But sure. This was funny, by the way. Morales could put Q on multiple heroes by shift queuing things. Huge buff to Hand of Freedom in the matchup. Yes, that is true. It's worth noting, and I think this is interesting, and I'm going to show it on stream because I don't think people will believe me. Despite the fact that that talent is pretty much exclusively taken in competitive, and everyone takes in competitive, and it's OP and all. We're gonna do major patch. Let Hero's Profile load that up. Okay, so nothing too insane. Oh, Sonic Arrow has a minimum cast range of 0.2. I'm not sure about that. If you self-cast it, it would have gone to your center of your hitbox before. How does it... If you self-cast it, what happens? Does it... Like, what direct... Does it fire in the direction you're facing? Within the minimum distance? I mean... There have been some small meta changes as well. I wouldn't call them like I don't think the meta has ever shifted dramatically because of a patch. I'll put it that way. The meta has shifted, but not dramatically. Wow, Hero's Profile is lagging. I wanted to show you guys the popularity versus win rate of Mouth level 1s. Hero's Profile is... I wonder if this has to do with the patch, actually. But basically, every time I look at it, the sleep level 1 is not his highest win rate talent, even though it is almost exclusively the talent picked in competitive. No, because self-casts, you can't remove self-cast. It's sort of built into the engine. It's just, it has to be the direction they're facing. That's the only thing that really makes sense. Did they change Brightwing? No, they didn't remove Brightwings. Oh no, they did. They did. Okay. So for those of you who don't know why this is relevant, in a lot of cases, self-casting inability made it so it had no animation and actually came out faster. So normally there's like a 0.5 or 0.25 or even like 2-frame cast time. There were some abilities where self-casting it removed the cast time and it came out instantly, essentially removing counterplay. And so I assume that the minimum cast range means that you can still self-cast it. It will cast it in the direction you are facing, because that's generally how self-casts work if there's an element. But it means the animation will always happen. So oh, okay. And Elite Sparkle is telling me I'm correct, so I assume that means that they have tested it. So there you go. Like that's what it means. For some heroes, it's not a huge deal. For Brightwing, it was really... I'm not saying it was good on Brightwing, but it was really funny because Q has a talent that reduces the cooldown. So if you were physically standing directly on top of someone, you could keep them permanently silenced by just alt queuing with like a rapid fire controller. If you stayed next to them, it just came out on cooldown, and there was nothing they could do about it. Essentially, other than trying to move away from you. But if you kept moving towards them, then it wasn't good. It was just funny. So yeah, you can't self cast to animation cancel anymore in any of these cases. So this is what it is. Okay. Back to the important things. So first things first, there's a few meta questions that I am going to tell you guys straight up I'm not going to answer. Which is one of them is which team missed the least soak in this tournament? How do they even find out about bugs like this? I mean, I found the Brightwing thing in try mode once on stream, and I was like, "Oh, look, it doesn't have an animation." And that was me. Yeah. Which team missed the least soak in this tournament? So I'm not going to answer this question until the end of the tournament. Currently, the answer is a team that played fewer games. And so, just due to variance of map picks and stuff, it could be that. I'm also going to answer the question with and without 2-lane maps in, because 2-lane maps are easier to not miss soak on, essentially. But I am keeping track of it. So, and the corollary, the other half of it is which team has missed the most soak. I will explain my methodology for how I'm keeping track of it, because it is somewhat difficult to keep track of who missed the most soak and who missed the least soak, because experience can come from other sources besides just soak. So one of the first things I look at is there's a stat in Stats of the Storm. These are all of the teams, and you can look at time at level 1, time at level 4, time at level 7, time at level 10, time at level 13, time at level 16. Time at level 16 can be misleading if a game did not hit, if one team did not hit 20. Their average time at 16 essentially gets cut off, having not hit 20 in a game. So that can be a little bit misleading. So but you can get an idea of who's winning the race to 10. And it's so far, it looks like Rocket Raccoons on average has missed the least soak, but they only played 6 games, and it wasn't against the best teams necessarily. So there's that element to consider. And generally speaking, the most important XP race is the XP race from 7 to 10. But maybe they got there ahead because they stole a camp without missing minion soak, or they killed buildings early, and they have that going on. Is there a correlation between who won the race to 10 and winning? Yes, there is. There is a strong correlation between winning and race to 10. But the problem with that is that the better team will generally win, and the better team will also generally hit 10 first, because they didn't die and didn't miss soak. That was true in HGC as well. There were situations in HGC where on some maps the first to 10 win rate was 80%. And if you normalized it, if you essentially cut out the 7th and 8th place team and the 1st and 2nd place team, and only compared teams from 6th through 3rd playing against each other, the 1st to 10 win rate was not as dramatic, implying that just the better team was winning and the better team was getting 10 first. So, and if you did the reverse of that, if you only compared the 1st place and the 2nd place team playing against the 7th and 8th place team, it was 98%. One team won and got 10 first. Oh, shocking! It's not a thing. So this is one of the ways I'm tracking it. I will, once I've established some contenders, some teams who are, we're doing really good. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go look at their matches versus each other. This is how I'm going to award this. I'm going to go look at their matches versus each other, and if you look at their matches versus each other, there's a much more thorough individual game menu in Stats of the Storm, where you can see XP total versus time, levels versus time, and you can actually see how much experience they got from minions specifically. And I will do that for the games where the teams that missed the most in least soak played each other to give a very fair assessment of who's missing the most soak and who's missing the least soak. Because if you're against a team that's not putting as much pressure on you, it's easier to not miss soak. Whereas good teams always try to keep a little bit of pressure on you. So like, can I rotate safely? And will that make me miss some soak? There's also wave manipulation to consider, and I will be giving an award for best wave manipulation of an individual player, which is likely going to go to an offlaner, but not necessarily. Not necessarily. If you would recommend one match for people to watch, what match would that be? So for the matches this weekend, I don't have a good answer. Like Rip versus Exodia, I think was very educational last weekend. This weekend, watching Racket Raccoons run, I think is actually pretty interesting. You get to see a very different, not a different, but a team that I think maybe a lot of people didn't know about prior. Yeah, so there's Trickle XP, Structure XP, Creep is Camp XP, Minion XP. Creep is the term from Warcraft 3 originally, and they were then called creeps in the StarCraft 2 engine, and because the StarCraft 2 engine was used for HOTS, they're still called creeps. Did D.Va do anything good this tournament? I'm not going to answer that question until we get to the end. I think D.Va's been okay so far, though. Did Anduin Pierce do anything this tournament? Again, I'm not going to answer that, but again, currently Anduin Pierce has been pretty lackluster. I wish there was a tool to just look overall at how many stacks Anduin got in each game without manually going and checking it. I will probably end up manually going and checking it in the end because I don't know of any other way to do it. Anduin overall has not been performing great, though, as you can see. And I think Anduin has not been drafted very well in this tournament. I'm just going to say that. I don't think Anduin has been drafted very well in this tournament, period. I think Anduin needs to be hard countering something with pull, and he needs to either be hard countering something with Salvation, and Salvation needs to be relatively uninterruptible, or you need to be drafting a comp that exists around Light Bomb. Like Light Bomb needs to be insanely good, or Anduin is actually a very meh healer. He has okay sustain healing. He has a little bit of utility with Root that can turn into a stun at level 20. But like, you don't run him in a pick comp, and if you do run him in a pick comp, you take the talent at level 4 that literally no one has picked, the one that doubles your damage, auto damage to root or target, because it's the most single target burst. And if you're trying to get picks, you should be doing single target burst. That should be your priority. We had a scrim game where we ran a pick comp in season 4 of CCL, and we went that talent, and literally we got, like, our overkill on picks was frequently as little as 16. Like, it actually made a difference in whether or not we got a kill many times throughout that game. So if you're going to play Anduin, like, specifically that, then that should be the talent, and it's literally not been picked. But we've seen a lot of people trying to get picks with Anduin. It's just... Even-handed Blessings is complete trash, so the fact that it's been picked 3 times is really sad to me. Yeah, I don't think people are picking Anduin in ways that are like really, really good for him, and I don't think that we're seeing a ton of good Anduin play, which is also affecting his win rate quite dramatically. So, yes, Piercing Light hasn't done anything this game really, or in this tournament really, but also it's not really the talent's fault. It's just Anduin's performance overall has been very, very, very poor. Which teams have handled fatigue the best throughout the tournament, and do you have any sense of how they compare to the old pro teams in terms of mental durability across long series? Teams used to scrim 8 to 10 hours a day, and then also go play Storm League. It was full time. You were playing HOTS an average of 10 hours a day, or I should say a minimum of 10 hours a day. Korea was actually a little bit higher. Korea had, I think, 12 hours of scrims, then 4 hours of mandatory SL before tournaments, at least. Not necessarily like for the entire duration, but for like the 2 to 3 weeks leading up to a LAN event. They were literally playing 16 hours a day, 12 hours of scrims, and 4 hours of mandatory SL practice. For some teams, at least. No one's playing that much. I think the mental stamina of being able to play a game at a high level for a long period of time is almost exactly like working out. You need to do it like a lot. No one's there. If you've already done that once, though, if you've ever been in that position in your life, then you're going to be in better shape. And there are people who are still grinding the ladder a ton for like 6 to 7 hours in some cases, and then having like 4 hours of scrims. And I'm sure those people are in better shape in long series. We also have like LAN events. You would play a set, and then maybe you got a break. If you went through like the losers bracket all the way, you didn't get a break. You went straight into the finals. That could be as many as 16 games in a row, theoretically, every series went the distance. And we haven't seen that. I think the most games any team's had to play in a row is like 8, because it's a best of 3 into a best of 5 in most cases. So we haven't really seen the same level of pressure put on the teams, but we also, I mean, they don't have the same level of endurance, probably. Maybe a little bit curious to see. Why is no one picking APOC to interrupt Riptire? I don't know. So I hear people talk about Diablo builds in terms of whether or not you're going APOC, and that somehow in their mind changes what build you're going. I'm gonna be real clear. I don't give a shit what build you're going. When you pick your heroic should be based on the match you're in, not what build you're going. And it's perfectly possible that you could be in a game where W build is really good, but you have the ability to combo APOC off of something, and then you should go APOC. It's also possible, like before W build existed, occasionally people would go Lightning Breath on Diablo just for the unstoppable frames, because there was some bullshit on the enemy team that would have just juggled him and made his life completely miserable if he didn't have an unstoppable. So they were going Lightning Breath not for the damage that Lightning Breath did, but just for the unstoppable. And then there was a meta where Lightning Breath was like completely overtuned, and everyone was going Lightning Breath all the time. And they were going it for the damage, but they were going it in Q build, and that version of Lightning Breath is only the current version is only a little bit worse, even if you don't have the spell power from level 13. So, there are going to be games where Lightning Breath is good just because it's a massive area slow, or just because it's unstoppable frames. And you could be Q build, or you could be AA build, and Lightning Breath might be the pick. And there are going to be games where you're W build, and you have something to combo APOC off of that like guarantees a massive, easy win in a fight. And in that case, you should be APOC. So this was a thing that happened in HGC. If Junkrat casts Riptire in vision, so your team can see him no matter where he is, there's a voice line. And occasionally, in HGC, Diablos would go Riptire, or go APOC, and instantly interrupt Riptire. So the Riptire got 0 value in fights. And Junkrat without Riptire in fights is like a very so-so poke hero, right? Like he's really fragile, so he has to stand relatively far back. He has a little bit of burst with spread volley, but spread volley, in order to actually be bursty, has to be relatively close. And again, Junkrat's relatively fragile. So that was the thing that people did. We haven't seen it. I don't think I've seen it since HGC. So, and it's not a terribly complicated piece of tech, right? Especially we saw a couple of Riptire 20s. Like interrupting Riptire when Riptire has the 20 talent is like pretty substantial. So I don't know. Do you agree with Mopsio's playmaker picks? Why or why not? I do. Yes. So Mopsio went playmaker or haymaker a few times. Actually, I still have the search on. I think this game was not this. So this is a good example. If you think you can live, if you don't need Avatar to live, haymaker should always be something you're thinking about at a minimum. I actually wouldn't have minded Haymaker this game, specifically into Tracer, because Tracer, the way Haymaker works is as soon as you cast it on someone, it stuns you, so you can't move and mess up the animation, and then you get knocked. So it's literally a point and click stun. Point and click stuns are pretty good into Tracer. But this game, I feel like there is a possibility that Malf won't be able to like save you. So you dive in, everyone focuses you. There's a realistic chance that you can die. Here, I really like it for dealing with D.Va Bomb. And someone asked this question: why are they not disking? Why are they not disking Bomb? And that is tech. For those of you who don't know, if Bomb is stasised, Bomb cannot blow up. If Bomb exists on the map, D.Va can knock it back into her mech. So when D.Va became meta in Season 1 and CCL, one of the first things that people started doing was drafting Maiev into D.Va, disking the Bomb, and then all 5 people just dove baby D.Va and killed her as quickly as possible. Because you go from a 4-second window where maybe the bomb does damage of trying to like kill baby D.Va to like an 8-second window where the bomb probably won't do damage to you and you can still kill baby D.Va. That's a really, really, really good thing to be doing. But I like the Haymaker in the abstract, being able to like knock the bomb away. There were 2 more games. There was actually one game where a different Muradin player took Haymaker on Dragonshire into double support, and I really liked that game too, because one of the best ways to beat double support is to hard isolate. Here it is. Here's a Shrines game, Mopsio versus double support. If you knock one of the supports, if you knock the save support away, or if you knock the kill target so far away from the supports that they can't reach, that's a really, really good thing to be doing. And double support tends to have fairly steady damage, which means they're not going to like burst 100 to 0 you. So yeah, I think I approve of every single time Mopsio took Haymaker versus Avatar, and I actually kind of wish in one game that he had taken Haymaker over Avatar, but Haymaker did a lot that game, so. I also will say that one of the main things, this was an interesting thing that I noticed in HGC that I think is bizarre and a little bit counterintuitive. Because of the way Muradin's trait works, there's a correlation, I'm not going to say it's causation, there's a correlation between one stat and Muradin win rate. Anyone want to take a guess what that stat is? Because it's real stupid. Let you guys think about it for a second. Grab some tea. No one? No one? It's healing per minute. So when HGC was a thing, and I had this shit loaded up every day, the more you screw with people as Muradin, and force them to waste damage on you and waste their time on you, and then you just jump out and let your trait kill you to full, the better you were playing Muradin. Apparently. I'm not going to say that like objectively is an always true thing, but there is a correlation between people winning with Muradin in high level play and their healing per minute. And obviously there's going to be like some exceptions, right? Like Mopsio did really well this tournament so far. He's at 6 games, 83% win rate. He has a relatively low. And Crankle's at 50% win rate with 4 games and has the second highest. But at least during HGC, there was strong correlation between those things. And it was a little bit of a different meta as well. There was like the things to consider of like healing static and D talent picks. But it's kind of really is like one of the main things that Murden has going for him is his insane self sustain and being a dick as often as possible. And one of the things that Mopsio does really well, I actually use a replay when I privately coach people on Murden. I actually use a replay of Mopsio where he did 0 siege damage in the first like 3.5 minutes of the game and was out of vision for like a full minute of the 3 minutes. But every time he was in vision, he was messing with people. So you want to mess with people at the right time, make them waste their time, take as much damage as possible without dying, and then just leave. That's a really, really, really good thing to be doing. Also, low game sample sizes won't show it as much because individual games, like the individual length of a game, will then have a dramatic impact on the stat. But in HGC, I had 50, 60, 70 games per king player, and it was much more obvious. So Mopsio is very good at interfering with people at the right time and then not dying, which I imagine people are going to meme because people meme about Mopsio dying, but he really doesn't die that much, or at least he hasn't been this tournament at least. Why are people allergic to the minus heal talents into Rhaegar and Braywing? I don't know. I mean, minus heal is really good into Rhaegar. It's just a question of. I think part of it is this question is focused on like the Haka's anti-teal talents. And Dahaka is an offlaner who won't always be there, but even if you are there, you're not necessarily going to be dragging the kill target because Dahaka has to position around bushes for the most part, and sometimes you're just not on the kill target. It's not where you're at. But we did have some more specific questions. We will look at those. Was Orphea a good pick? Orphea was literally last picked in this draft, which means that they get to see absolutely everything. I don't mind Orphea here. So they see the Sylvanas. Sylvanas can be a little bit annoying if she's mind control, because Orphea animation locks herself on like every single Q and W cast, which makes hitting her with skill shots relatively easy. And it can even like if you're playing Lucio, and I've seen people do this, they've interrupted Orphea's cast with Lucio Boop, and it's just like impossible. It's impossible to play Orphea and do a good Lucio. But Uther, like his stun range isn't quite long enough to really reach her. Stukov, you get a little bit of that element of things, but they don't like Imperius is not a reliable engage. They didn't draft a reliable engage, in my opinion, for the double support comp, which is an unfortunate thing, but happens when people try to do the justing style comp. And if you don't have a reliable engage, like you can't reliably get a CC chain running on Orphea. Orphea's in a really good spot. She's just doing great. Orphea also can pump enough damage to counter double support. Like you can look at the. That's the main thing you're looking for to counter double support is, does my damage dealer get shut down? Assuming you're trying to counter double support by fighting them, right? The things you're looking for are anti-heal, doing enough damage to just push through the amount of healing that they have, and not getting countered or interfered with in some way. And I think Orphea ticked all three, or two of those three boxes, because they don't really interfere with her doing damage, and she can pump enough damage. And then Joe didn't take the anti-heal. I think Joe should have taken the anti-heal here. I hate giving up conviction, but into two supports, it's worth it. And there's some cases it's worth it even into one support. Like if you're into a Rhaegar, or even if you're into anyone. One thing we discovered doing the analysis on the CCL games was if like Joe Diablo as a matchup, if Diablo's W build, the Joe 7 actually substantially cuts down on his self healing because you can maintain very high uptime on it by just autoing him. And that's the first time we've ever really had a sustained anti-heal versus like a burst anti-heal that only lasts a short duration. Okay, Rocket Raboon. Battlefield of Eternity Game 2. I cannot read. It should be this game. And this should load okay. I was a coach for Gale Force Esports for the 2018 season of HGC. Which was a lot because I was sitting in scrims for 8 hours a day and still doing, trying to watch every single region every single week while doing this kind of analysis all the time. And I did not have Spazzo's tools at the time, so frequently I was manually checking a lot of these things. I would say, in terms of answering individual questions, Spazzo's tool cuts down the amount of time it takes me to do something by like 50%. But I was just incredibly obsessed with HOTS. For many years, it was like a 14-hour day thing. So the answer to this question is yes, but the question is also, I don't know if it mattered. Not every team had not every team had an analyst or a coach. All the top teams did, and there was not necessarily a ton of value placed on having a coach by a lot of teams. Is that still too loud? It sounds really loud to me. And not every team exactly had a coach. So, for instance, Gen G, their organization did not pay for them to have Noblesse. They paid Noblesse out of their own pocket so that he would come draft for them. And he referred to himself as their drafter, not as their coach. That was his primary job. But obviously, you can't perfect a draft for a given teams like Hero Pool and how they want to approach the game without doing a lot of analysis and discussion with the team about, okay, well, what about, how do you feel about this?
You may select a talent.
Which is really nice. It's really, I really appreciate that Gen G saw the value in having another perspective, right? So much so that they were willing to, pay for it out of pocket. And there's a lot of orgs. There's a lot of orgs that don't have that perspective. There's a lot of orgs that didn't really think a coach was worth the money, essentially. And to be fair, people in esports tend to be pretty cheap. So we're going to talk about Malthael 7s again, because everyone cares about Malthael 7s. So important things to understand about Malthael 7s. The slow helps a little bit in terms of control. We generally see the slow for meme comps with like maintain Malthael with D shield plus nano to just sort of run people down. Wing actually, so even though Malthael's auto will cleave and give the mark to everyone, Wing actually sets Malthael's auto attack cooldown to 0.5 seconds. So there are some things in the game that when you use them, specifically set your auto attack cooldown to a number, and it's not necessarily, if it was available, now it's not available. You have to wait half a second. Really, really obscure information. Oxygen. I reached out to all of the orgs at the start of CCL, and Oxygen was essentially like, "Great, we have no idea how to evaluate players. Can you please pick and coach the team for us?" It doesn't delay the auto; it sets the cooldown of the auto to a specific value. It's just like if the auto is available and you use W, your auto will now only go off 0.5 seconds later. So you cannot instantly mark someone after Wing them with your auto. You have to wait half a second, which can be problematic, right? If you want to immediately like Q or Q for healing, then you can't do that instantly. You have to wait until your auto is off, and that'll mark everything. So that's a huge amount of the value from Massacre. The other part of the value from Massacre is mortality. This now hits every hero, not just the main target. Which that works. And then you have Touch of Death, which is the anti-heal. The anti-heal, in my opinion, is somewhat underrated. But in order to evaluate which talent was like really good, you can't just look at one scenario that happened, because you can always pick and choose a scenario in a lot of games where one talent would have done more. So like here, W hasn't really done anything yet, right? We're actually we're marking with E. We're actually over E-ing a little bit. You don't want to do this. You don't want to use E to mark the wave because you'll run out of mana faster. Ideally, you can mark the wave with W and then, or mark the wave just by autoing and then clear with Q. So that's like 3 E-casts that we haven't needed. It's like 90. It's 150 mana that we could have. You don't want to do that.
You and all your servants in hell.
You deserve this talent.
Worth noting, the percentage damage does work on the Immortals, but you run into the percent damage cap. So it's not an insane amount of verse. See, I'm okay with that E, because I feel like that wasn't aimed at the wave so much as at the Thrall. And like, if you use E to mark a hero so that you can then W to them. That's the other thing about W, is frequently you'll be in a situation where you E a hero to mark them, and then W to them, and then at that point the marking potential of the W7 doesn't matter, unless it then spreads to another hero that didn't get hit by E. So it's right here. This is the exact question that is being asked. Is, would Thrall have died sooner here with the anti-heal? And the answer is yes, and we're going to swap over to look at Thrall's perspective here. So right here, he goes down to 98, 99. If he had been instantly anti-healed, he would have gotten half healing from this Frostwolf Resilience proc, and that's already enough to put him in the position where Lacerates would have killed him. Because Lacerates happens immediately afterwards. So in that very specific scenario, the anti-heal was better. Right? In that exact kill. But if we go back and look at the fight, do we see anything where, like, the Mathael marked someone or did some additional damage because he had this utility? That's always what you gotta look at. So W's there. Doesn't really mark anyone extra, right? Like, I think I think the Genji was already marked. I don't think it necessarily... Does it save him? So he gets less... If Thrall's already dead, he technically gets less healing here. He gets less healing here, because this will only hit one person instead of two. But I think Thrall still gets the Sunder off. Thrall wouldn't have gotten the auto attack off, obviously. So I don't think he lives. But now we gotta watch the rest of the game and be like, well, okay, that specific scenario, anti-heal was better. Again, same thing here, he Ws, but both of the targets he was Wing to were already marked, so it doesn't actually help him there at all. But the anti-heal would not have helped either, because both of these targets live. Did BW do a minion? AW to the Muradin. Or AW to a minion and that marked the Muradin, rather. That kill would have happened regardless of, like... It would have happened regardless. It doesn't really matter. I don't personally see the value in AoEW if you want him to kill one target with rights. So none of the sevens mattered there, right? I don't think the slow gets an extra kill. And the slow is the only one that could have had a dramatic impact. The W didn't really do anything. To be fair, the main reason the W is really good is because of the 16. So you guys can see, like, W7 on its own tends to not do much. You can make the argument on BOE specifically that if a talent needs a 16 to be good, maybe you shouldn't be taking it. Maybe you should just be taking the talent that's stronger at level 7. I'm trying to give a very thorough answer. So here we don't get an additional mark, right? So we didn't spread the damage. We should be able to. There is a. Yeah. So now we have mortality to consider. When don't we consider mortality? So mortality only hit one target there. So we didn't get the spread aspect of it. So the 16 by itself, right? The 16 that does 8% of a hero's maximum health would have done exactly the same amount of damage that it did because it didn't spread to anyone else. I don't. So here we refresh the mark on Außenseiter. I think we W to, like, based on the positioning, we must have W to that minion though. So we got a little bit more mortality damage that we wouldn't get at all. Mortality does 8% of the target's health whenever you W to that target. But it works with the 7. So if someone gets marked because you teleported with W as a result of the 7, it does 8% damage to everyone in the area. Thanks, Freaky Freak. Appreciate it. So here, this is Spazzo's UI. So we wouldn't have gotten that damage on Außenseiter without that. Now, again, did the damage matter? Not really. But we wouldn't have gotten it. We would not have gotten it. And we'll keep track. Genji has 200-ish less health than he would. But I think he actually healed to full. Neither talent mattered there. Thrall was just massively overkilled. So Genji gets out with 500 health. He would have had 700 health. Not a huge difference. And this is sort of the thing, the theoretical value of these cool combos that exist is very high, right? If you W into a full stack of 5 heroes and they all take 8% health, like that's a ton of damage. But if you're going last rites, it really feels like your goal is to kill one person, and especially for this comp, the goal is to kill one target as quickly as possible so that Ming gets a reset, right? That's the main goal. And in general, anti-heal is the best way to secure a kill, assuming the team has any healing at all. Of the 3 level 7s. Because only anti-heal is actually directly adding damage. The other 2 7s don't actually add damage to a single target. Because mortality is going, unless you do the scenario we saw earlier, where you're Wing to something near the target, and you couldn't actually mark the target with E, and then mortality cleaves to the target because of Massacre. But that's a little niche. So I think arguably you can make the argument, for instance, that W7 plus W16 is better if you have Tormented Souls over Last Rites. But obviously, if you're trying to get one reset so Ming can one kill so Ming gets resets, then Last Rites is better than Tormented Souls, because Tormented Souls does like damage in an area, whereas Last Rites is more of a finishing move, right? And you just want to make sure one person dies. That's comp, by the way. Tyrande has an easier time healing when she has a bunch of people in front of her. So you take 3, relatively tanky heroes to put in front of her. You have Ming, who's not a normal like hyper carry, but you do have Last Rites to like get that first reset. No, W16 does not work on PP. It's heroes only. I don't think we even W'd there. There is. I don't remember the command in chat to link it, but it's on his GitHub. If you Google Spazzo GitHub, it's actually like right there. Okay, so that Uriel was so low that nothing mattered. She was just dead. We did get a little bit of damage onto Linked though, so we gotta mentally keep track. We got a little bit of extra mortality damage onto Linked because of the talent combo. Link is mega out. It doesn't matter. Fast forward through all this PV. Oh, and we're dead. Sweet.
This talent.
It's always nice when you have to like. There's 4 minutes left in a game, and you still have to be analyzing a talent, and the person dies. You're just like, great. That's 40 seconds where I just don't care. Okay, we're gonna. This is gonna be tough. Like, this is actually gonna be tough. You're gonna have to look at a lot of different things that happened right there. So we marked him. So the mark aspect doesn't matter. We just literally autoed him. And then we W'd him. We W'd for the mortality damage. Sweet. My mouth is bad. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen you play it before. To be fair, and I think Malthael is honestly one of the not very intuitive heroes. We didn't spread the mark, so that doesn't matter. Muradin lives with 500-ish health. And here's what we're gonna have to look at. How much healing did Muradin get? So Muradin has 1 healing talent right now. And I think it's in tab 2. So he had 3,944. I don't think anyone else was in range to heal him. So here is when you could have applied the anti-heal. He's at 458. He did actually get a heal from the Anduin, so I'm to account for that. So how much healing did the Anduin give him? And I think that was a Q heal. Maybe it was Desperate Prayer? Actually, let's go to the Anduin's perspective. It's easier. So it wasn't a Desperate Prayer. Oh, but it went off? The heal went off after the last rites, and he did not get a Pursued by Grace. Rock. And Trait was allowed to trigger. Okay. So it would not have killed the Muradin. It was very close to killing the Muradin. Although, actually, am I wrong? No, there's no way the map is that close. He went down to 109. Last 4 seconds.
Be careful out there.
Now the anti-heal only would have prevented 60 healing from the level 13. So he would have gone down to 40 health. 40-ish health with the anti-heal, but he still would have lived. I think that highlights, though, like, the talent that we picked at 7 did nothing. The anti-heal would have done something. I am continually surprised that the anti-heal is not picked on Malthael with last rites. Yeah, in that specific scenario, it would have gotten 45. But if the Anduin, imagine if the Anduin had been closer, or if the Anduin had like desperate prayed instead of casting Q. Like obviously, the Muradin lived, so it's not really relevant. But. I definitely like anti-heal. So far, W has done nothing this game except give 2 additional targets a little bit of damage that lived anyway. But the anti-heal would have gotten a kill, and it's possible, it's unlikely, but I think there's a possibility the anti-heal would have killed the Thrall sooner enough that you would have lived in the kill bottom that we first looked at. I do think it's unlikely. I think you got really low, so I think you would probably were dead anyway. But it's hard to say, because if you live for a second longer, maybe Tron heals you. Can you guys end the game on this push, right? Yes, so that is the other thing that is a pain to calculate about the exact effect when you're talking about last rites. If you get healed for less, last rites will deal more damage. So it is technically possible that that difference was enough that last rites would have killed the Murd in there. But it is an extra button. Like if you don't play a lot of a hero and there's a choice between two talents, one of which does something automatically and one of which has a button you have to push, I think it's reasonable to be afraid of the button attacks. Obviously, if you play a lot of a hero, you should just get used to potentially picking the button. That was going to complain in HOTS forever. Like Uther used to have a build that was literally 4 extra buttons. Every talent tier was an extra button that got added to your bar. You actually have to hit the anti-heal early. So you want to hit the last rites essentially 1 second before they'll be in range that it will kill them, but you want to hit the anti-heal like as soon as the engage on them starts. Which is a little bit different. A little bit of value there. I don't think anti-heal mattered there. The target was way too low. How much Memory damage? So we were at like... Oh, you know what? Mathiel has a bunch of unused tabs. I could actually ask. I'm going to make a mental note to ask Spazzo to add... See if he can add specifically the Massacre plus mortality damage as a column. So mortality damage to a primary target that you actually W2. And then... I mean, if someone picks Illusion Master in a game and you ask a question about it, I totally will. Okay. And the game's over, right? Like this, the game's over. So mortality total did 6,000 damage. Roughly a third of this was as a result of Massacre, but as we saw, it usually didn't matter. It didn't lead to additional kills. The anti-heal definitely would have killed one thing sooner, which might have let Mathiel live, and it may have led to a second kill, but the margin was very tight. And sometimes that's the reality. I think it's important to understand that sometimes you'll pick a talent in a game, like depending on the hero, the talent will actually do nothing throughout the course of the game. It's when a talent never does anything that the talent is a little bit of a trap. But knowing that the talent will never do anything is... hard to gauge, to say the least. It's also not unusual in competitive. There have been competitive meta talents in competitive that literally never did anything, and they were still picked game after game after game. You need to watch the replay for this. I wonder if I can find the VOD. I'll bet you Hasu's channel has the VOD. Malf used to have a talent at level 4 that was an anti-heal talent. It was picked in 24, I believe, public HGC games, and in none of those 24 games did it matter. It literally had no effect. It was the meta Malf talent. The problem was that the anti-heal amount was relatively low, and it only lasted for 3 seconds. Garden of Terror. SL Enjoyers versus Deep Dive Extreme. Ah. So it's right around 11:30. Hopefully he caught it on stream. He didn't catch it on stream. I have to load up the replay. But it's a relatively simple question. It doesn't require a ton of analysis. analysis. There we go. So Zeratul is going to blink over the wall and try to kill the Falstad. Oh, he does blink away. So he blinks over the wall. This first auto was empowered by the blink. He then doesn't. He Qs and then autos again, and then Ws and then autos again. So he doesn't waste any of the procs from his level 10, which is black screen. Okay, so that first auto was empowered by his level 10. Doesn't waste it. W's doesn't waste the auto. Q's doesn't waste the auto. So each of those three autos was empowered by the level 10. He doesn't waste any damage. He is then forced to wormhole out by the stun from the thing. I don't think he can stay in with the stun coming. Like, even if he walks down to here, I don't think it puts him in a position where like he's going to be able to do more damage, right? And like the range is too much. And then that allows Falstad to E, which gives him a nice big shield. He Vorpals back in. And then he tries to blink, and he doesn't blink over the wall. I think if he blinks over the wall and predicts that Falstad is going to exactly here, he will get one more empowered auto and might be able to kill him. Maybe. But I think it's more likely that he dies. But I think like you guys saw it. I think realistically he did all the damage he could. He used Q, W, and E, each of which gave an empowered auto. I try not to factor in behavior when I'm doing heavy analysis of talent picks. I assume that they do everything exactly the same but push the button. I then go into, well, if they had done something differently, would they have gotten more value out of the given talent? But sometimes there's just no value to be had. And I try to, as a baseline, make sure I have games where people have actually taken the other talent and played well with it, and be like, this is what I saw in this game. You know, this is what I saw on this game. I try to be very specific with my numbers. I'm like, there's no point in doing all this manual analysis versus just using stats. Then it is what it is. Also, I will. People have made the argument. There's a really, I don't know if it's famous. There was an incident with Tracer talents where Mockery did an analysis of Parting Gift in HGC, and Fan was like, "No, you don't understand. If you don't have Parting Gift, you can't kill people on rotations, and because you have Parting Gift and you can kill people on rotations, people will rotate differently." And then we just went and looked at some games where people rotated into a Tracer who had Parting Gift and they lived, because Parting Gift just doesn't do that much damage. And it was like, well, if people are afraid of rotating into a Parting Gift Tracer because she is more likely to kill them with Burst, then they're wrong. Like, their behavior should not be changing because they're living. Yeah. So again, people make a lot of arguments about what theoretically should be the case. What I try to do is I try to go into specific games and be like, was this actually the case? And sometimes the answer is yes, and sometimes the answer is no. It just depends. Sometimes one game's not enough. Sometimes you need multiple different games. And sometimes you will see enemy behavior change, but it shouldn't. Is Parting Gift still bad? Someone asked a question about Parting Gift. We're gonna get to that later on. But yeah, I don't realistically think any better play could have killed the Falstad here. That depends. Gus has a lot of counterplay from some heroes. There's actually I have to go find the clip. Is it this clip? Yeah, it's this clip. This was a tournament that happened that I was playing Hogger in. Um, on a team I did not belong on. Everyone on the team was better than me. But Order of the Sleeping Dragon was literally waiting for us to finish boss because they were like, "Oh, we can just gust them." Messed up my spin. This was like a couple weeks after Hogger's released. I wasn't 100% good at spinning yet. A lot of heroes have a lot of counterplay to gust. So it depends. I was not using arrow keys yet. I did not know that trick. Gust is also terrible in Zeratul specifically if you're trying to use it for self-peel, right, by the way. Unless Vorpal's already on cooldown, he will just Vorpal back to you. Okay, we actually have a second question about this game that I think is like, you look at it and you're like, oh my god, this hurts to look at. So we're going to look at it. And again, I don't really think we need to go into like an actual replay. Futzing around with it. Basically, the arrow key trick can be described as you can line up any vertical or horizontal or diagonal, exactly 45 diagonal respin, absolutely perfectly 100% of the time on Hogger using arrow keys. You won't necessarily use it in fights very often, but in PvE, you should be using it all the time. So the is sitting in this bush. We're doing the camp. Rhaegar and Tassadar are going to walk up to this bush, fully in view of the Dahaka, and we have level 20 ISO. And we tongue one of them. And then, honestly, Tass probably would have died to the tongue plus the gust, except Rhaegar wasn't silenced. So he got Ancestral off. Like despite everything, look how, and he ends up dying anyway. So the question was, should we have just ISO'd? And I think the answer is absolutely yes. I think you just ISO that. Like, they're face checking a bush. They should not be allowed to do that. This is a fairly specific question, and I can't answer it in good faith. Like, I can't answer it the way I think the question was intended. But I'll try. So SL Enjoyers versus Madness, yeah. So Leoric was literally first picked here. Hogger, Junkrat, Brightwing, Meridian's banned. So one offlaner, but like the meta offlaners are fine. Yeah, the video is linked in chat. If you want to go look at the Arrow video, like you'll know all the secrets of Hogger. That's not true. You'll know one very important secret of Hogger. And Leoric is a hero that just historically cannot be early picked in draft. He has too many counters. Things that are really good into him are Tychus, Hanzo, any ranged hero that can sort of outrange Entomb. Anduin, completely nuts into Leoric because it makes Entomb like completely awful. You just pull people out of the Entomb. Genji, Like, there's so many heroes that just really shit on Leoric that it makes him. And Leoric's not like a great duelist. He's not like an amazing 1v1 hero. All three of his builds have a capstone at 16 that you really want. He wants to scale. He wants to be good in fights. So if you pick heroes that just shut him down in fights, he actually can't play the game. Blaze is a little bit interesting because Blaze has the interesting interaction of being like a relatively tanky frontliner that is okay to drain, but then you have Bunker that can deal with both Entomb and thing. And then like Leoric can't even pivot to auto build to sort of deal with Bunker because Blaze has the attack speed slow. So I'm going to show you guys a game where Leoric got completely dumpstered. It's a different map. So Leoric was first, well, not quite first picked, right? We picked Blaze, and then they responded with Leoric Sylvanas. We immediately locked Ando and Tychus. You know, we banned jokes. Didn't want them to have wave clear, and then we Nuperak Genji. So look, we have three heroes that have insane matchups into Leoric. Just insane matchups, and you know, we spent a good portion of this game with Tychus versus Leo in the lane. Normally, Leo can like trade up into heroes by draining them. You can't trade up into a Tychus who just sits there and autos you would trade on. It cannot be done. And unless you gank the Tychus, Tychus actually beats Leoric 1v1 in the lane. And it's just miserable. Absolutely miserable for the Leoric. And you know, and like sometimes you can E out and having lost the damage trade, but you know what's really good at killing people who try to like get away with an escape? A Genji that's rotating on you. We made Leoric completely miserable this game, and his impact was absolutely zero. And you can see it's 13 takedowns to 0. We ended the game level 16 to 12. Oxygen was not so much better than this team that is a normal result. That's not something that would just sort of normally happen. It was because we played better and they were completely outdrafted. And they were outdrafted because they picked Leoric early, and if you pick Leoric early and a team hard counters it in the draft, you will be able to do nothing for the duration of the game as the offlane. That's just the reality. So the question was, without changing the draft completely, how would I punish Leoric more? And my answer is, well, I have to change the draft completely because they were against first pick Leoric and then picked no heroes that were good into Leoric specifically. Like, why would you? And that's true of any first pick, right? Why would you look at any first pick hero and be like, we're not going to pick anything that punishes them? It's just strange. Yeah, Yrel would have been fine. Dehaka would also have been fine. Yeah, actually, in competitive, Tomb is Dehaka's best map. I don't know. Was Dehaka banned? Dehaka might have been banned, but there were other options that they... And it's they first picked it. It's not what other offlane would be better. It's what other first pick would be better that you don't get hard punished for first picking Leoric. So yeah, and this is literally first pick. This isn't even in like that scenario where it was a 1-2. This is first pick Leoric. Greymane is okay into Leoric. Rhaegar is actually pretty bad into Leoric because Rhaegar is relatively short range with his cleanse. And all he can do to help someone who's in Tomb is Ancestral, which is a pretty good answer, but it's not insane. So first pick Leoric, mild inconvenience, maybe actively bad into him. Tyrael Imperius. These heroes are not good into Leoric, particularly. Like, I would say Tyrael's a relatively neutral matchup with Sanct, but I don't want to be playing Imperius into any of the level 20 Lyric builds. Like Drain, Auto, even E is like pretty difficult to deal with. And then Falstad. Falstad's okay. You can trade Gust for Entomb. But I think my answer to that question is you have to retool the entire draft because they did nothing to punish the first pick Lyric. And first pick Lyric is, as I demonstrated, very punishable. SL Enjoyers versus Stack and Tomb. This is another game where Hasu's YouTube channel is going to save me. Maybe? I don't see Stack with Doom on here. I don't see the SL. Oh, this wasn't casted, was it? This was one of the overlap games. So I guess we have to watch the replay. It is it's a short question near the beginning of the replay, so it's not too bad. There's no not casted game? Did Hasu not cast it then? Was this like a Baja cast? Because or it's not on his YouTube channel yet, at least. Because there were split casts, right? Where some casters were casting one, like half of something, and the other casters. So the point is that Hasu's YouTube will not save me. I have to actually load the replay. I do have the Liquipedia tab open. Okay, I'll use the Liquipedia tab then to check when I want to use a VOD instead. Because it does take a while to load into the replay. The question here is pretty straightforward, although it was not time-stamped, but I'm going to make a guess about which incident they're talking about. Was it a good call to commit into a fight as 5 bot lane with the Haka instead of pushing top?
Choose a talent.
Really good juke by Ultras.
Steal
Ooh, new talent.
So, double support wants to fight. Double support, the goal is to fight. Usually, fights matter less, even if you win them, until the late game. So, double support tends to try to fight late game more, as opposed to in the early game, just because winning a fight doesn't. But if you can push, that's a bit different. If you're getting building damage, then fighting is fine in the early game, because then you're getting less than marginal value. Especially if this were like top lane, I would be like, I love this, because you're potentially securing, helping make it more likely that you secure the first objective, right? But they're bottom lane, they won the camp, it's fine. I think ideally, Dahaka would have come, ideally left side would have been on the camp, and Dahaka would have dug to fight for the camp. I don't like digging after the camp has been gotten, because at that point the only way to win is to actually win the fight to get kills. If you don't get kills, then the dig was bad. Also, we're at this point in the game. There's a little bit of hero experience here. Like they're a little tiny bit ahead from the Merc experience. It's not great. Alternatively, one of the best things to do into double support is rat them. If you can, like, get building damage for free, then and do the split push thing, that's really, really, really good. So I think going for the 5v4 here, given how overextended they are, is like okay, but it's not really though, right? Because Sylvanas is going to be late.
To the waves.
The plan was get a quick prio and gank because if you kill double support, they lose so much tempo, they have to force death balls with disadvantage. That is true. If you get kills in double support, then yeah, I kind of wish, if this was the plan, I wish Sylvanas had left earlier so she could get here. She gets here roughly the same time as Dahaka, but they're on opposite sides of the fight. I like the focus onto Ultralisk because I think Ultralisk's positioning was a little questionable, being that far down. Generally, you want to be like near the middle of your team, and your team arcs around you when you're the hyper carry, so you have as much support and care as possible. I think here, when Mopsio turns around, I think it's over. I don't think you can get more. I think that they're just out. Like, even if that tongue landed, I think that everyone was so far away that it wouldn't have mattered. Really good attempt to peel for the Dahaka here, but it's just not enough. So I don't mind that, because they're... I really wish you'd fought him the camp instead. Like, if you could have gotten to the camp, but I think you were just, like, everything was so late. And it's really awkward being late into a comp that has better team fight than you. It's also really awkward being late when you have a global. Like, the whole point of having the global is to be early so that you have the advantage. And to not feel like you had the advantage in that fight. I'm not sure. I don't think pushing top would have done much, though. Like, Sonya was still soaking that whole time. Sonya also played really well this game. Dark Mach putting a... If anyone wants to like learn Sonya, download the replays where Dark Mach has played Sonya in this tournament and watch them. They're all really good. Go back to black screen, exit the pots. Tempo really matters, incidentally. Like the losing that fight and going on the back foot was bad, but if Mopsio's team had won that fight and then the other team's on the back foot, like, it makes the rest of the game very easy. There's really no such thing as a fight without risk. There's always some risk. So, like, I think that was not necessarily a bad call, but the outcome was always going to determine who got tempo. Even if Dahaka had lived, getting back to top lane was going to take him a long time. Oh, yeah. There are 3 questions about this game, and I'm happy to announce that this Tomb game did not desync with Spazzo's tool. SL Enjoyers versus Stack of Doom. So I can actually... I mean, we have Sylvanas, we kill too. Yes. I do wonder, because the first objective was top, was sacking bottom and trading for top better? Because you can probably trade for top with the Syl. Even with the camp. That's still risky, though, in my opinion. Also, thank you to all the people who followed before the stream started. I didn't even notice there were a ton of people who had followed in the last little bit. Oh, and someone subbed while I was offline. Thank you for the people who subbed while I was offline. Who does that? So I recently had to re-download OBS, so there's a bunch of stuff that I don't have anymore, and one of the things I haven't set up again is notifications. So I've tried to like look at chat, but with someone subs when I'm offline, it's like I don't know how to So the main question that was asked this series is how much value did Adhesive Petroleum get? And the answer is Adhesive Petroleum is trash. You shouldn't pick it. We'll go over why. We're going to look at that. The other question is how good was Chromie Sands this game, and how much of value did Chromie Sands get specifically from comboing with Entomb, especially the level 20? And level 19 versus 20 with Leo's dead, could we have ended if we started boss? It's low risk, high reward kind of play, and the plan was to use Gold to get early kills. Yeah, I think you guys just overchased is the problem. There was a little bit of target split. Again, like having Sylvanas on the top side and having both of the stuns on the bottom side was problematic. We'll keep an eye on Tracer. See what Tracer's doing all game. Oh. I keep forgetting to turn the monitor on. Because there was a patch, I have to exit all the way out of HOTS and load from the replay in order to make this work. So there's just a bunch, like my login information, like my email my Battle.net email pops up if I don't exit all the way out. I'll show that because it's my old email. Hanzo did a lot this game. That is a true statement. We're not going to be looking at that, but... Okay, now I fixed it! Interesting time trap. Not so much that the time trap got triggered because someone walked over it, but the fact that the time trap was that place in the lane is like... We're getting very creative with time trap placement at this point. I mean, you also just have, like, really poor clear. Compared. Actually, their clear's not much better. Webcam is showing my cat instead of you. You wish. My cat is over there sleeping in the sunshine on his Christmas present. My wife got him like a cheap cat bed, and literally as soon as we took it out of the packaging on Christmas morning, he just like crawled it and he was like, "This is mine now." He like absolutely loves it. We got 2 of them. Our other cat never uses his. Doesn't care. But Dark Matter loves his bed. That's just how it is with cats, right? You get them something, you don't really know if they'll like it or not. Benefit of having 2 cats is you get something, the odds of one cat liking it are twice as high. Really good kill here. Honestly, like so clean. It's a good reason to get a 3rd cat. So we have a rule that non-caged pets have to be 150% or less of the human, so we could only get 1 additional cat. The thing is that we had a cat that died unexpectedly from a health complication. So now they're like staggered. So our plan is to get 2 cats when Dark Matter dies, because our middle cat had very poor socialization as a kitten. So we're hoping that getting 2 kittens will help him out. He's like very loving to my wife, but he can't stand strangers, and he struggles to struggles a little bit. I really miss Krebs Cycle. Krebs Cycle, I grew up with cats. My family at one point had 12 cats. I think over the course of my childhood, there were 24 different cats in my house. So I've had a lot of cats. Krebs Cycle, I think, was by far the best cat I've ever had. He was just so incredibly kind and affectionate all the time. I really miss him. We lived on like a multi-acre lot, and we had 6 kids. So Don't fight in the Spell Armor camp, by the way. The Spell Armor camp is really a huge advantage if you can fight actually inside of it and getting the benefit from the armor. Hey, Katie, welcome back. Yeah, it's been a bit. Okay. Now we're actually gonna start paying attention to Blaze. So Blaze 16s are adhesive petroleum. Enemies standing in oil spill when it is ignited are slowed by 40% and take 35% from basic attack damage. This does work in PvE, so it does technically very marginally increase your wave clear speed. Additionally, basic attack splashes ignite oil spill, so you can now ignite your oil just by autoing it. You don't have to queue. Versus Jet Propulsion Collision Course becomes Flame Strike. Jet Propulsion literally does as much damage as Flame Strike if you just take this talent. Normally it does like 90 damage. It does Flame Strike level damage. That's the comparison. And we do have the technology. So we've done 104 without convection. We've done 104 bonus damage to non-heroes because of Adhesive Petroleum's bonus damage, which is not a lot. We've done 0 bonus damage to heroes. We have E'd a couple people. Those E's didn't matter. I'm skipping past them because I already looked at this replay and I know they didn't matter. So we're going to keep an eye on Darkmok. Didn't trigger there, because he didn't actually auto the Chromie, even though Chromie was in an oil. Doesn't get the increased wave clear. Gets the increased wave clear here, clears the camp faster because of it. Like very marginally clears the camp faster, right? That's the crit kicker. We're doing 182 instead of 146 for a little bit. Arguably that cleared the camp like 1 or 2 seconds faster. It's not a useless amount of value. We're going to see a little bit of value here. So again, we're at 323. We're at 541. I think arguably if he had just positioned so that he could be autoing the whole wave, that would have mattered more. We haven't really E'd yet, so like we're not able to make a one-to-one comparison to Collision Course yet. Collision Course, by the way, is the meta talent, which is why I'm making direct comparison. I hope no one ever takes Grilling Kill, because Grilling Kill has multiple like things about the talent that make it very difficult to make a one-to-one comparison. You're not punished for burning the oil in fights, but like burning the oil on menu moves doesn't matter. We'll look at it in fights too. Let's see if the slow mattered. But again, we're doing a little bit more bonus damage to buildings here. We missed that E, so Collision Course couldn't have mattered. That E seemed, I'm going to be honest, completely suicidal to me. So we're forced to bunker. The trade was interesting there. I don't love that. Okay, so now a fight's actually going to happen because left side isn't shying away from the fight anymore because they're 16. Joe gets wall stunned. Right here. So we land the Collision Course. So Collision Course at this level would have done an additional 507 damage. And we're going to check in on Adhesive Petroleum's bonus damage to heroes, which is currently at 90 something. No. It's actually even less than that. Unfortunately, I can't move this around. I can move chat, though. Apparently I have to move chat. Get out of here, chat. No one wants you. Okay. Bonus damage to heroes. 0. Okay, so we're at 0 bonus damage to heroes so far. So the question we're going to be looking at is, when we throw oils down, did the slow matter? Because sort of at this point, only the slow could be super relevant, right? We've missed out on 500 something damage. It's very unlikely that we're going to match that. So Leoric dies anyway. I don't think Leoric dying faster mattered, typically. We haven't slowed anyone yet. Literally no one has touched an oil. We used Q to ignite that oil, so theoretical mana savings, not there. E misses because of the very nice Chromie Ice Block. Up. So we slowed the mouth with an oil, but we ignited the oil only after mouth was out of it. 130 bonus damage, not bad. Mouth gets into spawn either way. I think if E hits mouth there, if we have E available, then it kills the mouth. But like that's a very different scenario at that point. We out. So far, pretty margin of value. A very tiny amount of PvE value on a hero that already has like a ton of wave clear. A little bit of value here. Clearing the Web Weaver faster. Good bait on the Entomb. Again, a little bit of value here, playing Web Weaver faster. So far, it looks like Darkmawk has gotten a little bit of PvE value and like no PvP value from itself. The Orc was very dead there either way, doesn't really matter. We are going to get a little bit... Oh, missed the tag! That's got a hut. 19 versus Leo, dead. Would they end with Boss if they could start it? Probably. I think Boss plus Web Weaver in an open lane is going to end the game. I think the fact that they missed the tag there is really, really awkward. If you go listen to comms, by the way, for this team, they're like, I think everyone on this team, to be clear, like Ultralisk, Ittrax, or no, Linked, Darkmawk are former HCC players. X-Ray, Ultralisk, very smart about the game. Austin Sider is well known for being like a consistent GM player who focuses a lot on Genji. But they all have very different ideas about how the game should be played. And I'm not even willing to say that any of them is wrong, but they have different ideas. And that means that their communication as a team is often very choppy. Like if you listen to their comms, there's usually 3 different ideas being shouted out at any given time about what the optimal thing to be doing is. And that kind of clutter on comms and that disagreement is putting you in a position where things can slip through the cracks. So the fact that they didn't get the boss tag is like an easy example of that. And I do think getting the boss tag would have substantially changed the outcome of the game. If nothing else, it would have made top lane like very, very free. And maybe they could have... I don't think they would have been able to force. But it is what it is. Playing very defensively. We are going to swap over in a second to the Chromie's perspective, because one of the other question about the series was how much value. You guys can sort of see how much value a piece of Petroleum is or isn't getting. We'll keep an eye on the oils, and we'll keep an eye on the Blazies. But we're looking at Sands. Sands getting a lot of value right here, by the way. Sands controlling chokes during a siege is one of the most aggravating things to deal with in the game, in my opinion. Like not being able to walk out of your gate consistently, like safely, and like it's just very frustrating. You can't objectively say if it did a lot there, but it's very frustrating. Huge collision force. Yeah, it was the other team that turned in. I was thinking of like if they had gotten, but I don't know. Mopsio, did your team intentionally avoid killing sidewalls so that Sands would be better? Because that is something I encourage. I encourage teams to think about this. Sidewalls are good for some heroes and bad for other heroes. If you're playing Hanzo, you kind of want sidewalls to be dead when you're sieging, so that it's easier to get good scatters. Because sidewalls can be really interfering with scatters. There's a game that unfortunately now breaks when you try to load the replay, but I still have the replay of Gen G in 2015, where Rich was playing Karrigan on Shrines, and Gen G intentionally left one sidewall alive with one hit at every single fort and keep. And whenever Rich went too deep, he had a sidewall to Q2 that then died and he could walk out. It is the most completely insane sidewall thing I've ever seen in a game, I think. But Sans Chromie really wants sidewalls alive so that this choke is narrow and Sans can offer you a lot of control. So for some teams, killing sidewalls, for some heroes, killing sidewalls is like optimal, and for some heroes, killing sidewalls is like bad. And so you want to base, ideally, like you want to be basing your sidewall killing on like your team comp. Good point. Mopsio would be at slightly less health with collision scores. Here. Yes, Diablo wants walls. Hogger wants walls. Diablo wants walls. Arguably, Falstad with like Gust wants a wall, so you can put people in pockets. A lot of heroes that want walls. Diablo does anyway. I don't think the slow mattered there. We'll go back a little bit. Look at things from Blaze's perspective again, because I really don't think that. Yeah, I mean, Diablo gets hit here, but I think he would have gotten hit anyway because he was stunned. So this, like, we'd have to make the argument that the slow allowed X-Ray to land his stun, and then Diablo landed his stun because X-Ray landed. Sand's got a little bit of value there. Nice reset by Austin. Pony Sands did not really do anything in that fight. God. Really good attempt by Mopsio to blink over the wall. I think Diablo would have died sooner there. We missed it, but Blaze did eat him. I believe it did win. So we get the silence, Entomb onto the Tracer, but it's not in the Sands. Sands 20 not doing anything in this fight. Oh, there we go. I think actually Sands 20 killed the Joe there, because Joe... Now, here's my question. Should X-Ray be walking up? And if X-Ray should be walking up, the Sand gets repositioned. He's sort of body blocked into the Sands, but he has minus 50 spell armor. He just... I don't know if he would have lived there. My question is, Tracer's already dead. Should he have been walking up? I think the Sands did literally kill him, but should he have been that far up when Tracer was already dead? Like, it's so bad for him to die there. Being aggressive when the enemy team gets like a turn in is so high risk versus high reward, right? Because if you die, then it's so much easier for the enemy team to get much more value out of their turn in. Especially as a wave clear hero, and like Joe is technically. Blaze takes a little bit of chunk there. $20 Sands plus Entomb here is completely insane. You think it's good to always instant cancel? I hesitate to use terms like always. Like here, technically, it would if you cancel it, the lingering effect happens, and it would have been fine. This game goes on for a while, by the way, so there's a lot of post 20 Sands usage in this. Worth noting, by the way, that Sands gives vision. So even though it doesn't work in PvE, there was actually a team in HCC when Chromie was not meta who specifically took Sands, Chromie and Sands on Tomb, and they put, and at the time it cost no mana, or like a very marginal amount of mana. And they literally put Sands on one of the turn-ins, and then they had permanent vision of that turn-in. It was incredibly obnoxious. Miss the Entomb. Leoric dies there anyway. Leoric would have died there sooner with Collision Course. I don't think that matters. But worth noting, he would have died sooner if Dark Elves Collision Course. But here, having the Sands already down was awkward because we couldn't reposition it, but it doesn't matter because everyone's in bunker anyway. Really good arrow. Little bit of value there. I don't think it mattered into the Malf. I think Malf was going to die anyway just because Malf was so far forward. I don't think that the slow mattered for saving the Malf. We'll put it that way. Did it matter for the Tracer? Did Tracer go into the Sands at any point? No, Tracer was pretty much exclusively killed by Breath. Really nice synergy between Breath and 20 Sands, by the way. Potentially. Like, it's an interesting potential synergy. Tracer might have lived if Malf died earlier, though. Maybe. But I don't think Collision Course would have... Oh, I have to check, don't I? That's a bunker, by the way, where bunker 20 would have gotten some value, I think. So, Collision Course here. Malf would have died a little tiny bit sooner. He wouldn't have gotten that W off. I think he actually wouldn't have gotten that W off. How close was Tracer's death? 29 overkill? Oh man. I think Collision Course actually killed Tracer. I actually think Collision Course killed Tracer. It's very, like, there's a lot of moving parts to that, but I think it's actually true, which is pretty funny. Not going Collision Course allowed the Malf to live, which allowed Malf to W the Tracer, and then Tracer then died by 29 overkill. Very small difference. Very, very, very small difference. I like them actually waiting for the Web Weaver here, by the way. So many teams have, like, I've seen lately in competitive, like, get very aggressive even though their Web Weaver is there. It's just like, you can chill out. And again, man, should we... This is a tough question. This is a tough question. Using sands to isolate one side of the fight where it's like, okay, you can't go here, means that they have to get pushed over to another side of the fight, which makes Entomb easier to land. But then you do not have sands to go on the Entomb. So is it better to trust Early Auric to just land the Entomb without the zoning? Or do you use the zoning and make the Entomb slightly worse because you don't have sands to put on it? I shouldn't see if the Auric got Blazied there or not. He did get Blazied. Blazy at this level is doing 700 something damage. 667. The Auric dies there. Blaze's collision course. You think you struggle to kill without sands on the Entomb? Hots Finland, thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone. We are doing some high-level analysis of the games that happened this last weekend. The HOTS 10-year anniversary tournament. Thank you, Hots Finland. I appreciate that. I assume in Finland that means a good thing, just the same way it does in the US, but all of Finland rated? I don't know about that. I think I know more than 9 people who live in Finland, so like just me personally. I do wonder, while we're looking at this, if Loop would have been better this game into the Deckard specifically. And if 9 Finns can't even play a game of HOTS, you need one more. Response. 20 Sands not doing too much here. Although it is making Ultralist's life a little bit difficult because he can't position for scatters the way he wants to. Tracer just dies. What did Tracer die to? We dodge the Entomb. Tracer's just free autoing. Blinks in. Tried to Chromie W. Had recall available. Honestly, this is a situation where total recall at 20, if she had just recalled, she would have healed to full. Very different outcome. Total recall is greatly underestimated from Competitor. Diablo just standing next, being forced to stand next to walls is so rough into a 16 Honzo. Giant Slayer just does so much damage at that point. And it's a scam too, right? Like, that's what Aussie always calls it when you have Diablo Leoric frontline. Because they just come back to life so much faster. Like, even if you trade 1 for 1, you still end up in a position where you're advantaged. And now boss's game. I think we get one more Entomb here, yeah. And then Sands. The Sands onto the X-Strike. I don't think Blaze gets one shot without the reduced armor from the Sands. Like, what was the overkill on Blaze? The overkill on Blaze was 103. So he took extra damage from a Final Cut, an X-Strike, a Sandblast, 3 X-Strike hits, and a Shingen. Yeah, if you can combo them together, this Sands 20 Entomb synergy is actually kind of nuts. But if you need to use Sands to control the fight such that Sands isn't up to put on the Entomb, it's a lot worse. But very clean. Very, very clean. Final question. How much did Adhesive Petroleum do? Only did 1,029 bonus damage to heroes. We saw 2 E's land post 16 that would have been this much damage to heroes. One of which would have resulted in a kill. That didn't happen. It was 522 health remaining versus a 667 collision course, and it does 6,000 PVE damage. 6,000 PVE damage from 16 to 25 is basically nothing. It's just not justifiable. At least in this game, Adhesive Petroleum just didn't do enough, and we kept an eye on it. I didn't see any instances where the slow from the ignited oil really mattered. And even when it did slow, the fact is he ignited the oil with autos, which is part of the talent. So he didn't have to ignite those oils. Right? So we could even count technically the little bit of bonus damage that he got from igniting the oils. We could have kept track of that. I just don't think Adhesive Petroleum is very good in its current iteration compared to the amount of burst that Collision Course adds. As long as you're landing E's in team fights, which if you pick Blaze, you're not landing E's in team fights. Why are you picking Blaze? It's a substantial amount of burst. And Collision Course is actually nerfed. When Collision Course was first implemented into the game, we were actually playing around with 4-man Blaze in scrims because he was doing that much burst damage. It was like literally like having a Kale boss. It was kind of nuts. Are there any heroes that can in turn enable Entomb easier in other roles than to make the combo more consistent? Who's really good at enabling Entomb to land for free? Entomb is pretty easy to land, is the thing. Like, it's just a question of can you reach? And it's really hard for Leoric to reach into a Hanzo specifically. It's really hard, and the hypermobility of like Tracer. But if your comp is capable of killing frontliners with Entomb, it shouldn't be that difficult to Entomb them. Really interesting game. A lot of moving parts there. I am genuinely surprised that Collision Course actually would have saved someone on Blaze's team from dying from the bonus damage that it would have resulted in a kill that happened anyway. Did not see that coming. I actually didn't catch that in review either. Which is why we do this on stream. I still enjoy your Stack of Doom Game 3. Once again, I don't have the... Oh, but I can check who casted it. I have the power. Now that I've been told the power exists. Well, it says Hasu casted this. It's just not on his YouTube channel yet. The wiki could be wrong, to be fair. He might not have casted it. What's Baja's YouTube channel? Renella is extremely good with the Liquipedia thing. Yeah, it's been really nice. Oh wow, Baja has a lot of games on his channel. I have to scroll down past the Heroes Lounge stuff to find the Oh no, these are older games. He hasn't uploaded them to his YouTube either. Oh my god, I should just watch the replay. It's a single late game question about a boss on Towers of Doom. I really don't want to. I don't want to go through the whole replay for that. It's one question about the game. What if Hasu casted this, but it's just not on his YouTube yet? That means it would be in his VODs, right? Oh, BRB, you're so sweet. Thank you. It's got to be this game. Yep, that's Legendary versus Stack of Doom on the boss. Sweet. Someone tell Darkmonk to always go Collision Course, by the way. Appreciate it. It actually was very important. Okay, boss is up. It's a double altar. So in terms of double alteringness, Stack of Doom, if they can get the boss, goes from only needing both altars to needing one. This doesn't actually change the math for SL enjoyers. Doesn't actually change the math for SL enjoyers. So SL enjoyers running a boss, is there an advantage to doing this? Like, it doesn't change the math. It takes it off of the map for Stack of Doom. So if you take it off the map, you put Stack of Doom in a position where they have to win both altars, but you still have to win both altars too. But if Stack of Doom wins one altar, then they can end with boss if you don't take it off the map. Right? But you're in a position where, like, if you win the fight, if they win the fight really hard, theoretically they could take out 2 forts and still end. I think the value of taking boss off the map is fairly marginal versus having better positioning. Right? They're all down here. They can save bottom fort. There's no way that Stack of Doom can get bottom fort back. I think keeping bottom fort alive and making it so that you have this pressure that makes it incredibly difficult to actually walk up to either. Like, bottom altar is completely free if you keep bottom fort alive, right? So now you have 5 shots, like, guaranteed. You only need 1 additional shot. 1 additional shot is like a sapper, right? There's so many things that you can get 1 shot from. I don't like going for boss there. I like holding the bottom fort. And I think you really have to be able to do the Towers of Doom math, like, very quickly. And it ends up not mattering because you guys win the fight anyway. But yeah. Yeah. I would have preferred to hold the bottom fort. Personally, I would have preferred that, like, quite a bit. This question was kind of asked already, but SL Enjoyers versus Deep Dive Extreme lower bracket, with both teams already having been in one of the best of 5 series already. How much do you think fatigue affected both teams in both drafting and gameplay? Do you think there was any deterioration of micro and macro decision making from either team across the series? Maybe a little bit. If anything, honestly, it kind of looked like Mopsio warmed up a little bit. I honestly feel like maybe Mopsio played better in the second series than he did in the first one. But again, Mopsio has, like, a very deep competitive experience going on. Actually, if Mopsio's still watching, Mopsio, do you feel like you played better in the second series versus the first one? But yeah, there was a little bit of drop off. But it was actually not that substantial. And again, I think teams have been scrimming, like, a fair amount. They've even been scrimming publicly, like, on streams and stuff. So if you've been watching Twitch channels, there's definitely been a lot of streaming. This is a relatively complicated question. Well, one of these is easy. One of these is relatively complicated. We're gonna look at Alterac. Alterac game 1, SL Enjoyers versus Deep Dive Extreme lower bracket. What's the Alterac game? There it is. I literally could for a second could not find the Alterac game. I'm so confused. It's good that you recovered from the tilt of the 1% core, because you're going to be tilted again once we go over it. Because I was tilted looking at it once I actually did a deep dive into it, because one of the things that I hate the most happened, like the absolute most. But it will be good to talk about, because we can go over how to end on core, which is something you only get to practice once per game usually. Okay, so the question here is basically about Zera level 7s. And Zera this game goes Warp Skirmisher. Warple Blade gains a second charge, teleporting to an enemy with Warple Blade, or entering permanent cloak, causes Zeratil's next basic attack to 50% damage. I don't mind Warp Skirmisher as a talent, as long as it is exclusively paired with Shadow Stride. Reduce the cooldown of Warple Blade by 10 seconds, casting Warple Blade grants Zeratil a shield. I actually really like it. If you are not going to go Shadow Stride, please do not go Warp Skirmisher. just please don't. I really don't. I'm not a fan of Seeker in the Dark. When W build had a bug, W build with Seeker in the Dark was kind of interesting. But that bug has been fixed. It doesn't do as much burst as it did before. The thing about Wormhole that you need to understand is the way his level 10 works, Might of the Nerazim, passive after using an ability, Zeratil's next basic attack within 6 seconds deals 30% more damage. This works on both blinking and then wormholing back. So what you'll see Kira do, for instance, when he's split pushing with Zeratul, is he'll be standing here, autoing the building. He'll blink to here, auto the building. He will use Wormhole to go back, auto the building. And it actually adds up to a substantial amount of extra damage over the course of sieging buildings, camps, whatever. Because you're getting instead of getting 3 empowered autos per rotation, you're getting 4 empowered autos per rotation. And because you have CDR from basic attacks, you actually get more blinks, and every blink is 2 empowered autos instead of 1 empowered auto, which is a fairly substantial difference. I think it's unlikely that exact thing is going to matter here. I think that kill happens no matter what. We can check the overkill. The new Brack was basically fairly low, and we were just finishing him off 31 overkill? Well, maybe. It's also an extra disjoint. Well, to be fair, a second charge of Vorpal is also potentially an extra disjoint. So we get the boost here. So we do 249 auto damage instead of our 175 auto damage. Seeker in the Dark has a double. Yeah, it does, but you don't get as many W's as you do E's when you have CDR at 1. You Vorpal in. No, because Zeratil definitely could have gotten one more auto there. I don't think either talent mattered, because you could have just walked up and autoed him again. It did make the kill, in this specific scenario, it did actually make the kill happen a little bit faster. Because it was only 33 overkill, which was almost the exact amount that we got from the level 7. Basically, it was 1 less auto to get the kill. The other question that was asked this game, and it did not have a specific timing, was how would you set up for push with the objective taken? Generally, the best way to set up for push on Alterac is either to do some sort of 1-3-1, where you have your offlaner and whoever in your comp is the float, in this case it's Zeratul, clearing the side lanes and making sure all that experience gets gotten. and then you try as hard as you can to get mid fort. Either that means that your floats both clear their wave as quickly as possible and come mid to help you like 5-man push, and then they leave. Or you pick a side lane. I prefer going for mid fort because I think mid fort makes it easier to get every subsequent objective. And there is actually some possibility that if you only have one fort keep combination down, mid is the most likely to end with, assuming you have camp to shred the building armor. You can't normally end on Alterac with only one keep down in most scenarios. There's some scenarios where, like, you 5-man white people, you can pull it off, but in like a 5v3 situation where you would normally be able to pressure core on other maps, you can only do that on Alterac through mid if you have the camp, and if 2 full keeps are down in lanes regardless. So I like this configuration quite a bit, where we're starting out with some pressure onto mid. I kind of wish we'd rotate as soon as the wave was cleared instead of messing about with the lure. You have to leave soonish to make sure the soaks gets gotten bottom. Are we ganking Leo? No. Diablo's not coming. Okay. We're good.
Our raiders fought with honor.
Basically getting all 3 walls. I think in a correctly defended objective on Alterac, the first one, getting all 3 walls is like the goal. You're probably not going to get the fort if you don't get kills first. Did we? Okay, no, we did auto. You want to be careful about trading aggressively pre-13 as Zera. Not having the built-in sustain means that if you do end up trading down in terms of health, you can't get it back because you have the self-healing. Like, you have tap running. You get a little bit of bonus damage here. I think almost that kill happens either way, because I think if you have Wormhole, instead of blinking back in with the 20R, or the 20E, or the 10E rather, the RE, confusing. You just Wormhole back in. So you see, we blink. We use R to blink in to replicate, but if we'd had Wormhole, we could have just Wormhole back in. So I think that kill happens either way. Although we would still have R. Worth noting. Does that matter? Doesn't look like it matters.
Seek to keep our warriors lock and key. Do not let this go unanswered.
I think this with the permanent stealth. But they juked you. They just decided to push bottom. Beetles. Did a lot of damage to the rear. What would Wormhole usage look like there? So we blink in. Get the auto. We Vorpal after. We get the slow. We change our Vorpal target. We re-blink. So rather than that first Vorpal, we could have Wormholed back, right? Because the Rhaegar was running away along the path we blinked in along. It would have been roughly the same amount of damage. Missed the W. I guess missed the second W, I should say. Force the Ancestral. Did we give up the body bomb? Oh. If you two had worked together better, you could have just held the body block. Trigger ends up dying anyway, eventually. You're holding objective. Technically, Wormhole is better here because it helps you DPS the dudes down faster. It doesn't matter because you have to stay here and like you don't lose health either way. It's completely irrelevant. Since mid fort is already dead, I would try to get 2 forts here, ideally. And I want the offlane further away. So Blaze would be bottom, Zera would be mid, I think would be the ideal arrangement, and then the 3-man would start pushing top. Mid might be too pushed for you to soak safely. Again, you're getting a lot more siege damage here if you're Wormhole. Well, not a lot more. You're getting 1 additional empowered auto for every E, which so far would have been like 2 additional. Well, 1 additional empowered auto because you use the other blink out. Team keeps pushing top. Perfect. No nuts. Oh, we're ganking the Junkrat. That's cool. It was a valiant attempt. But you got E back fast enough that you could have E'd again. Like again, if you watch Kira do this in competitive games, he will literally be E'ing on cooldown. Like every time he gets the E back from the autos, he just E's and gets another thing, and then he saves his RE to go away if someone tries to actually like come and kill him. So he doesn't use his R when sieging. It is a very marginal difference either way, because like even in that scenario, it's 50 to 30%, but then in the Wormhole scenario, it's like if you do it twice, you get 2 30% autos, right? Might have been 30%, yeah. And all of these stack additively, so like the math is very simple. Like again, here, like you're doing the boss will be done faster with Wormhole. Does that matter? We'll find out. It's a mystery to all of us. It did not. You got that boss regardless. I will say one of the things that I know people hate about Wormhole is they feel like they can't use it for safety because they can't Wormhole out. But there's a thing you basically do where you blink in, you walk a couple steps so that you're using some of the window where you're not allowed to use Wormhole before you even like auto someone. It's already partially expired. It's a little hard to explain. I don't think you missed any kills by taking Vorpal 7 so far, though. I think all the kills you've gotten would have been gotten. And I think, arguably that a noob kill was 1 auto sooner than it would have been otherwise. So there have been scenarios where, even though it doesn't seem like a big deal, the extra burst is actually, like the extra 20% burst. Well, I guess that was pre-10, so that was extra 50% burst, essentially. On a single auto actually did matter. I think that Rhaegar kill would have happened if you guys just kept body blocking him. Like he literally healed to full from the Ancestral. And then got to kind of walk away. You're in tune. Immediately blink out.
I shall join you in the slaughter.
Oh yeah, I think that kills them. We could have checked the overkill.
Be slain.
Sometimes kills happen because someone's just so far out of position that it's like marginal differences don't matter, and sometimes it's literally 16 damage made the difference. And I try to keep an eye out for the 16 damage made the difference kills when I'm talking about something this marginal. That's not a bug. Blaze E travels along walls. You can actually manipulate it to almost curve his E in some cases. Frequently, the buggy part of the behavior is that Blaze can't see walls the way Hanzo and Lucio can, so you don't realize you're running into a wall, and then it looks like it's completely insane. But if you could see the wall, it would make sense. Okay. So we blinked in and walked out. Well, doesn't matter there. We have both charges of Warble. We're not stealthed. We were not stealth on that blink. We Vorpal. Just for the bonus damage, I assume? Like, it doesn't... Our positioning is fine. We don't need to reposition here. I think we're now past the wormhole window, so we can't wormhole out even if we want to. Vorpal puts us in a body block position. We would have had Vorpal, though. So we've done one Vorpal's bonus damage, essentially. One to the Anu. So what was the overkill on the Anu? $201. And Greymane was a... Oh, Greymane dashed him, but didn't even actually auto him. So we had a Greymane auto coming in. he was dead. He was good. Oh, did you die because of it though? Blinking. So again, if you'd saved that first Vorpal charge, this would have been the Vorpal. We blink in. We could have wormholed back out for the juke. There's an argument to be made that not being wormholed there actually killed you. Links are allowed. If you post a link that is not acceptable, you'll just get permanently banned. Which so far has worked out. If I ever actually got to be a big streamer, I don't think that policy would last. You'd have to ask the teams. I think Greymane's been picked a fair amount in this room. So here we have the 20. I kind of hate this positioning. I really wish that Blaze or Diablo was topside. Like, one here, and that was giving Greymane the authority to just stand here and auto safely, knowing that if anyone goes on them, they'll get counter engaged on.
I shall join you.
With some exceptions, you don't generally want both your frontliners on the same side of a fight. Not even a fight, like posturing for position. bunker! Get the bunker! Get the bunker! $50 armor saves Greymane there, by the way. For anyone who wants level 20 bunker value scenarios, that's it. If you just get in the bunker and you get 50 armor, you will frequently live because of it. It's completely insane. The funny thing in this game is I'm pretty sure it's optimal to cocoon the Blaze, because Brightwing's just too hard to cocoon, but Blaze also has the best cocoon break and is like the target most likely to actually save someone from dying with bunker. Really important to make sure you have the right cocoon target when you're playing a noob. Again, boss gets in a little bit faster here. When is Zera? Because Zera doesn't break the cocoon. If they had something like Gust, like if the Rainer were a false stat and they could cocoon you and gust your whole team away and then kill you out of the cocoon, that's good because you're the most fragile target, right? And since you have the lowest health pool, and if you are getting CC change, you're just dead. But they don't have that. They don't have any sort of isolation combo. They're using it full on in team fights to go on one target. And if they're going on one target, like generally you cocoon the support to make sure the support can't save the target you're going on. But in this case, I think Blaze is the best target. There was a CCL game once where Cattle was cocooning at Cassia, and someone asked, and it got asked in the post show. I'm like, yeah, Cassia might not make sense to you, but she will kill you if she's alive because she's just does so much damage. But also, Fend is the best cocoon break they have. So if you cocoon the Cassia, then you can try to kill the healer. And that works out. Like, smart cocoon usage is I think not intuitive, immediately intuitive to a lot of people, because sometimes it's about using it to get a kill on the target, like your team's catching up. Sometimes it's about winning a team fight, like turning a team fight into the best possible 5v4. Actually, anti-heal would have been pretty good here. On the Rhaegar, that's true. The Valimar build. There isn't an A player who goes anti-heal on Rhaegar at 7 when it's correct to do so. I appreciate that. I don't think using the reset was wrong there, but I was just a little bit surprised by it. It does clear the way faster. And it will be up again, so like, sure. Oof. That was quite an entomb. See, well, I mean, I do think Wormhole is better at splishing, but I also just think Wormhole is frequently better in fights. I really do think that that Vorpal 7 is only better because it enables the insane self-sustain from the 20 with the shield. With Master Warplate. I do think playing AA Zera for split push on Alterac is very questionable because you can't just get the core low and then come back later. It doesn't work that way. And again, I think it's literally the only AA Zera game where Kira lost like definitively when he played it in CCL. It was on Alterac, and I'm just like, yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't work on Alterac. The other question we really should be asking was, would VP have been better this game? And I think VP APOC would have actually been pretty insane into their call. It's funny because it feels like the Nubarak is cocooning you just because he's afraid of dying to you. But like, he should be cocooning proactively at the start of fights, not reactively. He also, yeah, he had the 20. That 20 was completely insane in that fight. Actually, so there's an armor question coming up There's an, and I'm gonna explain the difficulty of the armor question by demonstrating the ease of this armor question. So this in Spazzo's UI, this under generic stats: physical damage prevented by armor, physical damage increased by armor, physical damage modified by mixed armor, spell damage, spell damage, spell damage. Same things, right? This negative column, the increased column, only works if it's 0 armor or less. Like you have to be going to negative armor for it to count in this column. So if a target already has armor and you're reducing the armor, the extra damage won't show up in this column at all, unless you're getting it to a negative number. Now, Anubarak, there's no armor shreds. I guess Poly 20. So like it would be very difficult if someone asked me how much damage Poly 20 added in that fight, because Anubarak's armor wouldn't show the negative value. But he predicted, like, we'll make sure, yeah. So it's at 420, a little bit, boom. It was at 548 before he activated the talent, and 614. That talent prevented like 3,000 damage, 4,000 because of the auto damage, and he lived with 300 health. Due to how armor works, the cases when it's not showing are also the ones where armor reduction gives more value. Yes, because every point of armor was more valuable than the point for it. But so by like reducing someone from 50 to 25 armor is actually better than reducing someone from 25 to 0 armor. So the game where someone asks the question specifically into a Garrosh is going to suck. But we're going to suffer through it together. Well, I'll suffer through it. You guys can leave.
You have been slain.
If you weren't into Trader King specifically, maybe you get the one shot. I just don't think you guys get the one shot, is the problem. Like, unless the Greymane is really on point. I guess if a noob doesn't go Trader King, it's much more plausible. But I think playing for the longer fights with the other purple 20, because like your plan is to one shot the Ancestral, but you have no way of stopping the Ancestral from happening. So if the Ancestral gets off, then your whole plan falls apart, and it shouldn't be that hard for the Ancestral. So I don't like going all in on this idea that you're gonna like 100 to 0 the Rhaegar. And it has to be the Rhaegar, because if you're 100 to 0ing anyone else, Rhaegar will Ancestral them. I hate it. There's also a hero that I have very strong opinions about in terms of the talents, because people keep asking me questions like this, and it's just never... It's never as good as people think it is. Like, he has really good synergies in his talent tree. You should be picking those synergies. And it also gets... For Zeratul in particular, often stuff gets disguised by just mechanics. Like, the stuff you can pull off with every single Zera build, if you have really good mechanics, looks really stupid. So, a lot of times, if I'm not looking at very top-level players, I can just be like, I don't know how this would have gone because your mechanics sucked. It's Spazzo's UI. It is, if you Google Spazzo plus GitHub, it's just on GitHub, you can download it. It is a little tutorial to set it up. VP would have been completely insane here, by the way. Blinking in and VPing this clump. Mwah.
Is that the best you can do, Frost Wolves? It won't
I really do very strongly believe that QVP Zera is like the default build, and you only go AAA in situations where AA can still push in competitive. Because you're not going to isolate someone and just 100-0 them. It's just not a thing that happens. Oh, look at... that would be insane. Actually, honestly, I think you live there if you're level 20.
Slain.
The shield would have given you so much value. It does happen. Like it happens all the time. Even in GM, it happens. Like like you can tune into streams and see examples of people overextending in GM and getting killed by an A's era. I just don't have a lot of examples of it happening in competitive. But Junkrat wouldn't die. $32 overkill? I mean, it's literally one extra auto. I think Junkrat would have died anyway. We can go back. I guess we have to go back and look at it now. That's weird. 5 is Rhaegar, but 1 is not. Oh, there we go. 1 is. You don't think Junkrat would have died? Like, he wouldn't have died as fast. But I think he still would have died. I think one auto from literally anyone would have made up for the extra damage that your talent choices enabled to have happen. And there were 3 people all standing right next to him, so. Whereas you would have had a lot more health from this, all the Vorpal shielding. Like, how many Vorpal shields have you gotten in that fight? So we're at 2 charges of Vorpal right here. You blinked it. Oh, you haven't actually Vorpaled at all yet. That's the first one. So that's a 667 shield right there. That's the second one. So you have 1,000 bonus health. And Squeaky's right. Every time you shield, it gives you more health or more tolerance to stand there and keep autoing, which gives you more health from leeching. I don't know. Play around with the build. I want people. They really want people to like play around with builds more. I believe it refreshes, but you took a ton of damage. Like Shadowhunter. Well, for one thing, I want to see QVP in games where QVP is good. I don't want to be seeing AA build at all. But then if you're going to go AA build, I really do want more people to do what Kira did with Wormhole and Twilight Balls. But if you're going to try this build with Warp Skirmisher, I want to see it with Shadow Stride. Like that's what I want to see. If you don't like the build or you don't think it's good, it's fine. I do think there's probably Diablo and Zera, the 2 heroes, where I think there might be some interesting hybrid builds that are like really weird. But I'm just not sure.
I found the orcs being held prisoner. I'm counting on you to get them out.
Yeah, that's true. If you're actually split pushing as Zera, strictly speaking, this is the best talent for the actual split pushing part. The reason people go Psionic Strength is because without Psionic Strength, it's almost impossible to win the duel if someone comes to stop you. But if no one's trying to stop you from split pushing, like Darkness Descends is actually so much damage. Is going A plus Void ever be a thing? I've never seen it. I don't think so. I think it's probably pretty bad. But having never seen it in a competitive game, even in scrims, it's really hard for me to be like, no, there's no way this is good. It doesn't make sense to me because one of the things that Void Prison does is it gives you essentially CDR. Like if you Q and then VP, the enemy team, their cooldowns are not ticking. Your Q is ticking. So it essentially gives you another Q, which is kind of insane in a lot of cases. Even with no follow-up, I've seen Zeratul one tricks 1v5 by just VPing a team and getting a second Q. Like they literally just used it for CDR. It was essentially a reset. But it's a lopsided reset, right? Because you get a reset on all of your cooldowns, but they don't get a reset on any of it. Because they're all VP. And that happened. There was a game of Dig versus Gen G. I think it was a mid-season brawl, where Snitch literally just cocooned the healer every single time, or cocooned, VP'd the healer every single fight, and then they just won the 5v4. I cannot believe that Rhaegar didn't get Ancestral off, by the way, before he died. That was so unfortunate. I was watching that live, and I was like, is he gonna Ancestral at any point? And then he just died, and I was like, I guess not. Games do we have left? Oh, more than I thought, actually. I hate this map and Garden. They need better win cons. Shrines. No. Where's the... Why did I close it? It's okay, I can scroll back up. BRB one's gonna come to the rescue. Again, a few questions that are that are very easy to answer from the VOD as opposed to the shrines. You guys can watch that play in the background. How insane would Nanosteel have been in this game? Pretty insane. Yeah, I Korea has a thing where they go all 3 Q talents into heroes like Genji and Tracer. Basically, if you're against a hero who can run you down and it's really hard for you to just consistently auto them, they go Q13, 16, 20, and they use the armor to like trade up. Which I think is really clever. I think it's a really clever build. I don't like Q13, 16 in a vacuum if your comp is capable of just sort of killing the front line. I do hate, and I hate Tychus Johanna, because Tychus Joe can't look for picks that often. But at least you have the Poly, you have the Blaze, you have Hanzo Era. Like, there's stuff they can look for. And so you should be able to get plenty of value out of trait. I do, no one asked this, but I don't like Bigger They Are when people haven't practiced with it. Because if you go Bigger They Are, basically everyone has to make sure they hold all of their cooldowns, know the Tychus is drilling, and then only start throwing like scatters and stuff after the Tychus has gotten them into that Bigger They Are no longer applies range. And teams struggle with that a lot. It's actually surprisingly difficult for teams to adjust to that. But if you are going to go Bigger They Are, finishing with Grenade 16 is really good, because you get them down to like 25%, and then you grenade them, and that's 5% plus the damage from the grenade. I don't like this Tychus build. But if you look at the enemy team, yeah, Giant Slayer on shrines for that is also very awkward, because like if the target's in the middle of the shrine, you're not going to scatter them. Like, you can get the autos off. That's fine. But like Zera does a ton of spell damage, Dahaka does a ton of spell damage, Junkrat does a ton of spell damage. All of these heroes do lots and lots and lots of spell damage. I don't think you're going to get a ton of value out of the slow. I don't see why we're not Nanosteel. We're actually going to talk about We're actually going to talk about Hanzo builds in another game. So I'm holding off on talking about that. But I kind of don't like the Zera's down here rather than clearing mid. Was it a mistake taking one more wave mid lane by Zera when objective pushed? Zera got the camp, which I'm kind of okay with. I think getting this mid wave, like, I don't know, like, this is a strange question to me. I think getting this mid wave is fine. He's like just waiting for it. I do think it was possibly a little inefficient. Like if you got here at the same time as the Dahaka, that would also have been ideal. So Dahaka cleared bottom wave and then started digging. And you're late. No, I still don't mind the middle. I want 10. And I don't think you get the fort regardless. I think that the problem honestly is that like the Junkrat wasn't clearing. Why wasn't the Junkrat clearing the wave? I think we're going to talk. It's relevant to a different game, so I'm going to just mention it now. Minions do triple damage to structures, and catapults do double damage to structures. So you're in this position where you're getting hard sieged. The first thing everyone who has wave clear needs to do is clear the wave. So like the fact that this mini wave is allowed to lock up and get all this free damage, and it stays alive for like a while. Like it's still alive. The 3 archers are still alive. And look at that. The wave got instantly, the enemy wave got instantly cleared, so now it's focusing the building. Those 3 archers right now are essentially a Greymane. They are doing close to the amount of damage that a Greymane would be doing. And not having that wave cleared is why the fort died. Zera being there obviously would have helped, but also having a melee hero be there is actually not that valuable. Did you chase Brightwing? So Brightwing Z'd in. I was surprised at the time that Brightwing even got out. Can it be on a Twitch pod, by the way? Just rediscovered that. It almost feels like you guys stopped DPSing to let the Brightwing come in on purpose. But then the boop. That wasn't even a boop. What? Did Murden jump out? Yeah, he jumps out. I don't know. If Murden doesn't jump out, I think you get the Brightwing kill. Is Murden actually that close to dying? He's pretty low. I don't think going for that Brightwing kill is unacceptably bad. I think it's pretty likely to happen. Educate the masses on bakery shrine timings. I don't know why I do this to myself. Okay. I mentioned this in chat when we were doing a watch party. Okay. You guys ready for this? Technically, this is something you can do on every map. But it is easy to do it on shrines. And it is highly impactful to do it on shrines. On average, a Punisher that is actively defended will live between 20 and 40 seconds in competitive. A Punisher that is not actively defended, i.e. the enemy team is dead when you get it, or they decide to like split push instead or something, will last for a minute to a minute and 20 seconds, somewhere in that range. The average time, again in competitive, on Shrine specifically, for the talent tier 7 to 10 is 215. From 10 to 13, it's 250. From 13 to 16, it's 236. And from 16 to 20, it's 255. In HGC, Bakery worked this out, and I got the idea completely. I worked out the current timings myself, but I got the idea completely from him. If you know these timings, you can cap the Punisher at such a time if you're ahead, if you're already ahead in XP, that's a key point. The next Punisher will give you a talent tier advantage. So if you're level 7 and you think you're guaranteed to win the shrine, the Punisher is going to live for roughly 40 seconds if it's defended. And then from the time the Punisher dies, the next shrine will spawn 3 minutes after that. You are 340 away from the next Punisher being available. If the average time from 7 to 10 is 215 and the average time from 10 to 13 is 250, if you wait a full minute to cap, and you're ahead in experience, you will hit 13 when the next shrine starts before the enemy team does. So Bakery essentially worked this out in such a way that if you have guaranteed won a shrine, it is frequently worth holding that shrine for much longer than you might think, not to get an advantage on the current shrine, but to get an advantage on the next shrine. This was capped at 4 minutes. I'm saying we should have waited till 5, but it was capped at 4 minutes. When did it die? The Punisher died at roughly 450, so it's a little bit out of norm, right? It lived a full 51 seconds instead of the upper end of the 40 seconds for a defended Punisher. Some stuff happened, fights happened. Fights, by the way, can screw this up because fights can make it so that one team gets more experience. Bakery's sort of XP curve essentially assumed that no one died and no one made a mistake and died. Like, because in principle, this only works if you're already winning. So if you're already winning, dying is one of the worst things you can do. Don't do that. If they cleared the wave, you could argue it would have been the average because 4 would have killed it faster. That is true. So you can see it died at 451, and it's going to spawn at 451. So if we had waited, actually, based on the fact, nope, Hanzo kill's not relevant. No one asked the question. If they had waited, like literally just 10 or 15 seconds to cap it, right? But again, the Punisher lived longer than the average. It almost lived long enough to be an undefended Punisher, which again is because the minion wave wasn't cleared. And so if they just waited, they would have had a talent tier advantage for this Punisher. So it's not 100% consistent because there's always going to be factors that influence XP gain and loss. It is also worth noting that both teams got some kills, which accelerated the XP gain for both teams. If neither team had gotten any kills, I guarantee you my roughly 1 minute number would have been spot on. This would have been, in a minute from now, this team would be getting 13 and this team would still be a little bit behind, relatively speaking. But if you don't kill the Punisher, you're suffering building damage. Like, not killing the Punisher as quickly as possible, I don't think is ever going to be a good play. Yeah. And then we don't care about the rest of this. We cap the shrine at... I would say that they pretty definitively won this, by the way, right? They killed the Blaze, they forced everyone off. They're focusing on the shrine. Caps the shrine at 849. We're already partway... Oh. I did not mean... no, I lost the thing. No. We're already partway into level 13. So the exact timing... 250. Let's shave off a minute of that. So we're like or 350. Yeah, so we're at like 150. I don't think we can hold it for 2 full minutes. I don't think that's realistic. But if we held it for 2 full minutes, SL Enjoyers could potentially be 20 for the next shrine, where DDX would be 19. Although maybe I think the longest I ever saw a team hold this in HGC was like a minute and a half. Let's see how accurate we are. Punisher died at 9:26. There's some fights that happen, some kills that happen, a little bit of XP that was missed. It was a big routine. They were doing camps and stuff, so everyone was like, "Oh, they're probably just wanting to get all the camps out, and then push with the objective," and that was part of it. But they also ended up having a talent tree advantage for the next objective. So there was some kill experience, but the average time from 16 to 20 is 255. We are 17. If we had held the shrine for 2 minutes, we would be 20. And the shrine would activate, and the enemy team would have been the same deficit of experience behind. So if they were behind, we would have. Those are the timings. It's one of those things where I think if you practice it a little bit, it's not terribly difficult to get a feel for the timings as long as you're actually thinking about it. I'm not sure if Bakery ever worked out like the precise down to the second averages the way I did. He just did it by feel, I think. But it's not like, as long as you're thinking about it, and you can do this on every map. Every map where you can hold the objective, but it's like less valuable on Curse because any given objective doesn't necessarily automatically get you a curse, and it's like you're free to give some of them. Same thing on Garden. Towers of Doom, the objective doesn't give any XP directly. It like contributes to your win comp, but it's and even then there were teams that tried to build stall comps specifically for towers that could like manipulate the timings and use it to get the late game more consistently. BOE, you can't really hold the Immortal. That's not realistic in a lot of cases. Because generally racing is fairly close, with some exceptions. But on Shrines, I think it's relatively easy to figure out and very impactful. I do have to use the replay tool for this game. It's Garden, right? The mislabel in one of these because it says maybe not. It's a really cool idea. Like, and if I hadn't actually seen it pulled off at very high levels of play, I would be like, how often can you actually do that? But I saw a team, and like then I started doing it, and I was like, even in my SL games, I've had SL games where I ping my team away and it's like cap it, and I give them a precise time to cap it, and it worked. Like, once you get used to doing it, it's not that difficult. The hard thing, honestly, is convincing everyone to stop hitting the shrine. At what point in a team's career do you think a team's... It's a hard question. Some of these things are very easy to optimize if you know about them. And it's just like, oh, that's the thing I'm supposed to be doing? Gotcha. Done it. And in some cases, like individual players can optimize things if they know about them without the team necessarily having to be at the same level. Camp timings are something that it feels like I've definitely seen people optimize all on their own. Like I've seen people take camps and optimal timings in SL, even if their team doesn't like know. And usually, if they're a hero that can solve the camp, it's very easy. If they're a hero that needs help, then they have to like ping the person away. They're like, "Don't worry, I'll cap at it. Don't worry, I'll cap it at the right time. Just leave." But there's so many things to be good at in HOTS. There's so many things to be good at in HOTS. There's so many things to remember. I honestly think a lot of matchup tech, like we were talking about the Diva Maiev matchup earlier. I think matchup tech like that is like really interesting, but even if you had known it at one point, you may have forgotten it, and then you may not have confidence that you can actually do it, because you've never practiced it. And it's like, well, when do you get a chance to practice it? Okay, well, there's so much. There's just so much.
4.
Like, if you want to start doing things like this, my suggestion is just to start doing them and see if they're easy or hard for you. If they're hard, then maybe it's not worth it. But if they're easy, okay. We have 3 questions for this, or 4 questions for this game. None of them are early games, so we're going to fast forward. One of these questions we can start answering. Was Triple Global overkill? Thoughts on macro decisions by SLE? No, Triple Global is really good. The main thing that you really want to do with Triple Global, in a lot of cases, is first you want to start watching Fnatic games so you understand what the hell you're doing. But you want to be able to universally access the map. So, and we're already doing it correctly, which I appreciate. Falstad should be mid, so that Falstad can go anywhere on the map. Or, there's an or, you want Falstad to be the float in the far lane, so bottom or top, and the 3-man wants to aggressively rotate and look for something. And if you have something where you need the Dahaka, you call the Dahaka to dig, and then Falstad uses Fly to go to the lane Dahaka was in, so no soak is missed. Those are sort of the two things you want to do. So you either want to, either way, you're using it to force a body advantage, but it's just a difference in using the Falstad Fly and the Dahaka thing at the same time to have a massive body advantage, or using them in order to make sure minimum soak is missed, but your body advantage is your body advantage and rotational advantage isn't necessarily as strong. So we're doing this.
Gather it, would you? I would so hate for you.
I don't know why Dahaka's floating top here. Are we gonna get a ton of? We get a lot of siege damage. And Joe cleared mid. This is interesting because Chromie can essentially anchor a lane by herself if she wants to. So Brightwing and Joe have a lot more liberty to move around the map. I don't like the fact that this is the only camp that was taken, and it wasn't taken to defend the bruisers being taken. The fact that no team is doing camps is, why aren't we doing camps?
Another seed is already sprouted.
Anchor basically just means to hold the lane down. Yeah. Because pushing is something that most heroes don't actually do very well. And clearing generally means you clear and rotate. Anchor is literally just you might clear the wave, but even after you clear the wave, you just sit there. Unless your team needs you to rotate. Can't invade. Also, it's confusing because anchor is also used to describe what tanks do when they're sitting in a bush. Making sure that their team can't get rid of it, they're anchoring the bush. So the word is used in 2 different definitions in competitive bots. You just have to figure out which one's being used from context. This is completely insane, by the way. Blue team is an Abacomp and they're invading a camp. Abacomps want to scale. They do not want to fight early. I saw this happen live and I was like, what the hell is going on? I'm amazed no one dies here. On either team, like, completely baffling, but it worked out. The other questions, by the way, that we're going to be looking at are, should this have been Monstrosity? The answer is yes. And would the anti-heal into Hawkeye have been good? Don't be aggressive early when you have an Apother comp. I'm just gonna keep saying, like, especially if you have an Apother comp where you don't have a good clone, and arguably Rhaegar is the best clone, and Rhaegar's an okay clone, but because he has a built-in, like, the fact that clone Rhaegar has a cleanse now is really cool. But I don't think your comp's gonna like win through more healing and an extra cleanse. Maybe it would. I definitely would have preferred Monster this game. And if you're a Monster comp, then like Apother's real impact starts coming at 20 with Hive Mind. Which is a bit of a time to wait to engage in an active understatement. We have a very specific wait, is this the right game? Okay, so one of the questions is definitely in the wrong category, and the others are in the right category. Because one of these questions is, could we have killed D.Va top lane? And there's not a D.Va in this game. Maybe they mention? But their question, this is definitely the right game because there was a question asked about Joe's level 4. So far, Hold Your Ground, the level 4 talent, has absorbed a grand total of 426 bonus damage. For those who don't know what the talent does. Why does this happen sometimes? There we go. There's a thing that happens sometimes where like I hit control and the talent and you just knock them off. Increases Iron Skin's shield by 40% and its cooldown is reduced by 2 seconds. Yeah, it looks like the questions were... It looks like that question might have been like this level. I'm going to skip that question. I'm not going to go through 2 garden games. One is more than enough. Maybe they meant Chen and they said D.Va. Be weird. Yeah. So, Hold Your Ground generally in competitive has not gotten a ton of value. 426 extra damage so far. We'll keep an eye on it. The CDR has not mattered at all. This talent, this column literally tells you if D was ever cast sooner than it could have been baseline, and like how many seconds that happened. Bye.
A seed has sprouted. Best not fight over it.
Yeah, Spazzo's tool makes this particular talent tracking extremely easy. And all we have to do is look at the Joe and be like, would Subdue have ever killed anyone? Trading Gust for Keg there. That's pretty nice, actually. We don't really want to fight with that blast off. Good position for us. Man, essentially giving Joe an ice block is making me so stupid. That's a good trap. I think the hardest part about being really like people talk about hitting skill shots on Chromie. I think the hardest part of being really good at Chromie is trap placement and then trap activation. Like the amount of situational awareness involved is just very high. So we were at 426 something damage prevented with Hold Your Ground. We're still at 426 something damage. Which is pretty interesting, right? Joe Deed. The sort of normal thing that happens in competitive is, unless you have a shield break ability in your comp, Joe hits D and everyone's like, this shit again, and then they just stop hitting Joe until D expires. That's what happens more often in competitive than otherwise. So increasing the amount of the shield is like totally irrelevant because people aren't hitting it anyway. Literally no one hits the shield. She doesn't even take normal shield damage. Her shield has 100% of its value. And nothing happens. Oh. Massive slow there. That was a 2-man queue, so we would have gotten the level 4 slow. Does it matter? Probably not. Oh, the shield actually took a couple hundred additional damage, so Mopsio now has 200 more health-ish than he would have otherwise. And we will have to go back and look at this fight from the dock as a perspective to see if the Andy hit. Oh, we actually got it. We got a D. We got a D that we would not have had. We got to cast it 2 seconds earlier. The full 2 seconds. So we literally cast it on cooldown. So now we have to go back and look at like. Oh, so the first one. Gotta guess D a lot this fight. Okay. So he wouldn't have had D here. He got it back 1 second earlier. I think he does live regardless, but that's actually pretty tight. And then he pops it here. He would not have had it. He only queued one person, so he wouldn't have gotten the other level 4 value. The shield expired before it got to the point where it was taking accounting for the extra damage. I'm not gonna lie to you, chat. In every CCL game where someone asks this question, Mopsio has already gotten more value out of the talent than other people did in the whole game. In that one fight. Like, literally in the whole game. He got more value out of it in that one. Because in the other games, I think we ended up analyzing 6 of them on stream overall the course of the tournament. Only one time did the CDR matter, and it was by 1 second. So we're already, like, ahead of the curve by 100%. And like the total average damage absorbed throughout the course of a game was literally like 600. Of the course of the game. He's already there. So at least he's getting value out of the talent. And we only would have seen the slow once. And his team was not team range. I wanna track this from he dug in, right? Oh, yeah, he didn't dig in. He just literally just walked in. Okay. So now we got to track this from the Git. Tongue. Rhaegar is now anti-healed, theoretically. We are cloning Rhaegar, at least. Like, I don't want to see clone this game, but if we are going to clone anyone all game, I want all of our clones to be Rhaegar. I will note that cloning Rhaegar means the anti-heal is even better. We have Q back. We would not have Q back. No, the UI can't track anything that doesn't actually happen. For anything that doesn't happen, you have to track it manually and use your imagination. Which I've done a lot of. I'm good at this. I did lose track of whether or not we would have had Q, though. So we get 2 autos, 3 autos, 4 autos. We get 4 autos of CDR. What's the current number on Feeding Frenzy? So it would have been up 6 seconds later, so from the time it goes available. 7:17. So he does drag again, and it gets cleansed. Huge ISO. They don't have the talent. No, no. You generally, as Joe, are trying to WQ people. Like, that's a combo you do. You're trying to do it to as many heroes as possible. You, like, I don't think anyone has ever finished the Q quest on purpose. It's just they were playing Johanna normally and it happened. So the Ancestrals, the anti-heal still might have been up there, but we would have missed 1 Q, but it would have been the Q that got cleansed. Would cleanse have still been used? Actually, did that second Q get cleansed, or did it just miss? So that Q... So we wouldn't have had this Q on the Cassia. It did get cleansed. Did it get cleansed by the Rhaegar, or did it get cleansed by the clone? It got cleansed by the clone. It's going to be so annoying, by the way. So we would have had... Actually, we would have had Tongue here. Yeah, I think Team was just too far away to actually focus the target is the problem. Obviously, anti-heal would have done a lot there, but it would just be like Rhaegar is at slightly less health right now, because I don't think Team could have gotten to him regardless. I don't think it would have resolved the kill. Subdue would have procced there. Actually, I was wrong. I think I said Subdue wouldn't have procced there, but seeing it from Dahaka's perspective, I actually think it would have.
It's okay. You got this.
I mean, we wouldn't have dragged the Cassia, but if we don't drag the Cassia, then the clone's cleanse is still available. So the clone would have cleansed the Rhaegar. Because Rhaegar didn't cleanse Cassia, the clone cleansed, and we were going on real Rhaegar. So clone Rhaegar would have still had cleanse and would have cleansed real Rhaegar. I can't emphasize enough that this is going to be so annoying to keep track of. Did it? Clone might have been dead. But I also think that fight goes very differently if the Cassia... you also have to count, the Cassia never loses her armor. Maybe she starts hitting with the Dahaka, and that Dahaka feels like he can't step up anymore. Instead of having to feeling like she has to back up. I think Clone was still alive, though. Really good cleanse, by the way. The fact that the Avatar actually like used the cleanse. And the fact that the real Rhaegar didn't use his cleanse, knowing the clone cleanse was available, is huge. I kind of don't like doing this. I don't like how far Red was in with getting the Chromie to stall that seed. And again, if we're going to be doing this, I don't want both Dahaka and Falstad here. I want Dahaka bottom and Falstad mid, so that they're both in global range. Because if you see them both bottom, you're like, oh, we can just run at the enemy team. Like, we don't have to worry about the globals at all. Because at most, Dahaka comes in and it's 5v4. One of the most important things about running triple global is making sure that your threat range of your globals is always putting pressure on the enemy team. If Falstad is on literally the opposite of the map, it's... Well, it doesn't have that good a range. Wouldn't have mattered there. So this is what I'm talking about with the anti-heal talent of Dahaka, is that I just frequently feel like Dahaka's not queuing the main kill target at the right timing in the fight. I feel like it just doesn't happen very often. And so, like, the theoretical value, yeah, it'd be great if you anti-healed an Ancestral with Tongue, but, like, is that happening? I feel like just the way, especially for Dahaka, the way he has to show up to fights at a specific time, and he has to his positioning of how he comes into fights has to be played around bushes and stuff. It's just very awkward for him to always actually be directly on the kill target, unless he's initiating it. But if he's initiating it, I think it's very different. But his team so far has managed to force Ancestral. Chen shielding is a soft counter to it. I mean, shields are fine. Like, Rhaegar has W13 running here too. But Rhaegar really depends on Ancestral to, like, save people. 94 healing prevented there. I don't know about that. Also, this was actually asked. Someone asked if I thought that Loop plus Gust would be better this game. To, like, you loop someone and then Gust the Rhaegar away so don't get cleansed, and Gust the rest of the team away so you have, like, an isolation combo. Having 2 cleanses makes that really hard. You can't loop Chen because of Barrel. So I do think if you could pull it off, it would be better than what ended up actually happening in this game. Chromie obviously has to be W build for that, but W build's better at stalling seeds anyway, so that's not necessarily a downside. I also AA Falstad is better at split pushing this game, because AA Falstad is just better at split pushing. But if you have Chromie Falstad, I actually do prefer Falstad Q build, because then the armor shred really increases Chromie's burst and makes it much more likely that you manage to just kill the front line. Very effective. Mopsio has gotten no more value from the CDR, but has gotten 500 additional damage done to his shield. I mean, the Brightwing's only at 16, right? Phase-Out is also pretty good in the barrel as a way to counterplay it. Because if you're barreling a Brightwing and she faces out, then you just go straight through her and you're done. Like, it's hard to turn barrel around and get back on the barrel. Really good scav here by Montu. Just steals the camp for free. Can we do it? Can we do it, chat? No, everything misses. That hurt to watch on stream. On this post. Yeah, it just doesn't feel like So to answer the main question, the Johanna level 4 did a lot. I'm not sure it was better than the slow at 4 would have been, honestly, but I'm actually impressed that Mopsio managed to get value out of it because most people who take that have never gotten value out of it. I do think Loop Isolation would have been better. The Dahaka minus heal so far has been very awkward if it was taken, and it is hard to keep track of because you're getting more cues that you have to count for those. Dahaka died. Are we at less? Yeah, he died once. But the triple global aspect of this comp is not being utilized correctly. It is again very difficult to play triple global if you're not familiar with it. But the first thing you want to think about is use the globals to not miss soak, and use the globals to always be threatening the entire map. The easiest way to do that is to have false dead mid, and everyone sort of rotates around. And if you do, you want to try to commit both globals at the same time. So you're like in a 3v5 and then suddenly it's a 5v5, or you're in like a 3v3 and then suddenly it's a 5v3. Or you want to, like if Falstad rotated top to have a fight and then Dahaka dug in and then Falstad flew bottom, that would be like really clean. So no soak was missed. And it doesn't matter that you have to like move a little bit before you can fly bottom at that point because you're just trying to go there to get soak. It's not the precise timing of when to join a team fight is different from the I'm just going to use my global to get soak. This strategy, by the way, at one point was so effective that every single global in the game was nerfed. They all had their cooldowns increased. And the reason Fnatic invented triple global, well, invented is a strong word, but started playing it and arguably perfected it, was because the meta was double healer and their team sucked at playing double healer. And so they went triple global to essentially out macro every double healer comp. So 2017 Fnatic games. The game was a little different back then, obviously, but you will learn a lot from watching their replays if you want to be playing triple global bumps. I'm gonna fast forward to the end of the game just to see how much value. The Joe Forga. Assuming Tongue would have been up. He missed it. Honestly, just load up the replay and look at the minimap and try to understand why are they in those lanes. And then like go back and watch the game from the beginning. So CDR didn't matter. He essentially gained 1.2k. We definitely saw at least 4 procs, but I don't think that they mattered because his team wasn't in range. That's the thing that always, again, you look at the value of talents, and sometimes it's like, well, yeah, they slowed him for 90% for 4 seconds over the course of the game, but his team was never in range to hit them, so it didn't matter. I will say, even though I think this should have been a monstrosity game, the correct clone was Rhaegar. They cloned Rhaegar, and they used Rhaegar to keep the Cassia alive by giving her multiple cleanses. Cassia's win rate when she has a cleanse in competitive is a 20-point swing. It goes from 40% to 60%. You should never draft Cassia without a cleanse support. If you draft her with like an Into the Fray Garrosh or a Johanna with Falling Sword, maybe that's okay. But like by and large, you want Cassie to have a cleanse, and not even just a cleanse. Ideally, you want her to have a hard cleanse, the one that actually goes unstoppable, not a soft cleanse. You don't want to draft her with like Malf or Brightwing. You want the Rhaegar, you want the Uther, something like that. You want her to have because if she doesn't lose her armor, she can essentially take care of herself. But in order to never lose her armor, she needs to be unstoppable. Okay, we do have to look at this game in the replay tools, but we can fast forward through most of it. And then we will have 4 more games, one of which will be mostly fast forwarding. Which will put the stream at 4.5 hours. Which is roughly a 4-hour show, because we did go over patch notes. That's not too bad. If anyone's curious, this is a real bow tie, not a clip-on. I would never. Did you scrap the idea of splitting these shows into smaller parts? Was that an idea? Technically, I have split them into smaller parts. The last tournament, I did one show at the end of the whole tournament, and it was like an 8-hour stream. This is shorter.
Prepare yourself for battle. The battle begins. 1.
In order to make it that short, I did actually skip questions, though. So the questions we're looking at. Did people forget you can disc Diva Bomb? The answer is apparently either you forgot or never knew. Like, I don't like Divas hasn't been meta for a long time. People have come and gone from the game. Knowing that tech is not necessarily. Did Hogger 20 do much? 1% core. Thoughts on linear arrangements? Oh, thoughts on linear arrangements and macro robot teams. I actually do have to watch the game from the beginning for this, unfortunately. Okay. The Sylvanas team wants to hit buildings in a lane where there are less enemy heroes. So Rhaegar, Sylvanas, Diablo want to go around hitting buildings. Hammer can't rotate. Hammer sucks at rotating. If you have a Hammer, you basically want to stick Hammer in a side lane for most of the early game and have her never move. If the tribute spawns, like if the tribute ended up spawning here, great. She'll be able to fight for the tribute. If the tribute has been spawning here, Hammer would still stay here and hit the lane. And Diva is the off lane, is just managing whichever lane the 3-man is not actively sieging. That's what I want from blue team. That is optimal. Red team wants Hogger to do camps, wants Maiev and Tychus to do waves, and wants Muradin and Brightwing to follow Sylvanas around and make her life miserable, and everyone else needs to come and help if that isn't working. Like if they're actually starting to get tower damage. This is hard for right side to do, right? Because it'd be easy if like, oh, Hogger's always bottom. Well, Hogger can't always be bottom. Hogger has to go do camps. We're already in it. We're already off to a good start here, where there was no mid brawl. Sylvanas' team just went straight to sieging. Sylvanas' team, by the way, flipped a coin. They could have just as easily been bottom in the boss lane.
Red team.
And Hammer wants to not do that. So Hammer actually, because this is happening up top, Hammer should have known that Muradin was missing, even though because they hadn't seen Muradin top. Really good play by Mopsy. Diva's coming down to get this soak. Hammer dying means Hammer can swap lanes because Hammer goes wherever. So Hammer can now go top, and the 3-man can go elsewhere if they want. Well, it wouldn't really have mattered, right? Like, yes, Hammer should have had mines in the bush. Hey, you're a pre-4 Hammer, you can't afford to let yourself get chunked like that. Like, very cheeky. Should have had mines in the bush. But you know what? Mopsy is going to be like, oh, you should have mines in this bush. Oh, he actually does sit in the bush. Oh, that's so much worse than I remember. I thought Mopsy jumped over the wall and never even went into the bush, so the mines wouldn't have even seen him. Oh, it's actually so much worse. It's actually so much worse. Oh, I don't know what you guys are doing or giving him a red card for. Or a yellow card. That's a red card. Jesus. Hogger's doing the camp. One note about Hogger taking camps at 1 minute. if you think there's absolutely any chance at all you can be invaded, you ideally want to show up to the camp not at full health and pre-tap on the way. It's very difficult to manipulate your health such that you're guaranteed to be missing a little bit and then tap and then show up at the camp still exactly at 1 minute. Hogger actually started the camp late. I don't know why Hogger started the camp late. Like, he was here. Worth noting that trait does impact damage. So you do want to still use trait, even if there is a terrain-based infinite spin. There is a terrain-based infinite spin on the diagonal right there. I don't know why we're not wall stunning the camp. I'm just finishing it. Nice. I think invading with a hammer comp, by the way, is completely insane. Like early game hammer comps, and Oxygen Season 4, we played more hammer than any other team by like a huge margin. And we had like an 80% win rate with the hero. Hammer comps want to scale. They do not want to be aggressive early.
Well, would you look at that?
And then Hogger goes and immediately does this camp. This camp, by the way, needs to be capped. It doesn't actually end up mattering here. But ideally this camp is capped at either 35 seconds or 5 seconds. Because then it syncs up with the wave. You can cap it later than those times, up to a point. But if he had waited like 3 seconds, it would have been synced up with this wave. And the reason you want to do that is because as the camp is coming down, if the enemy wave is here, it'll start taking damage directly from the wave. The minions will essentially tank. And then your wave will be advantage because it has the siege, and then the siege will start hitting the building and you'll get more chip damage. It doesn't really matter because the lane is being managed. I don't love that this bruiser camp like barely did anything, but to be fair, the counter bruiser camp was timed. So you can see it's going to happen. Oh, look at that. The wave is going to aggro onto the siege and start hitting him.
Gather tribute and earn my faith.
Since they're both here, Giants first would be better. It's a little bit... So, if your tribute's in the opposite lane, then getting your siege at like 235 is honestly ideal. It's like this siege should be capped at 235 exactly. And I'd be really specific about that timing. So it pushes while this trib is happening. But when you get your giants, when the trib is in your lane, it's kind of like, meh. It usually doesn't make a big difference either way, because usually there's enough people going to that lane that it gets cleared regardless. I do think Bruisers First is something you should do when you're actively trying to push. I do genuinely wish the Sylvanas comp had done Bruisers very quickly and tried to push with them. But then you get them back sooner for a future tribute. I wouldn't have minded Siege First, if that's your argument. And then you cap Bruisers whenever the enemy team caps their Bruisers because that team wants to push. I'd have been fine with that. Funny thing about this game, I'm not necessarily saying it's bad because I didn't look at him, I just thought it was funny. Tychus was out of mana, and I don't think I've seen an out of mana Tychus like this early in a game. He's cast Overkill 16 times this game. We're 3 minutes in. I literally do not think I've seen a Tychus out of mana this early in a game ever. And I was just trying to figure out like how he ran out of mana. And again, I was not looking at him. Maybe all of those were justified. So here, I don't know when Red was exactly aware that this bottom push was... I guess they see it happening right here. That this is coming down. I kind of wish Hogger left. Like, I kind of wish Hogger had seen all these people and was like, I'm gonna leave. Tychus, Brightwing, Muradin can defend this push because they have more kill pressure. The argument for Hogger staying here is he has more wave clear, and Muradin just goes and catches the lane, like, vibes. But I feel like they have more kill pressure if the Muradin stays here. But maybe they think they can get, and you see Mopsio's actually like arcing around the wave so it doesn't see him. Maybe they think they can gank the hammer again. But then Maiev is already chunked. So now Mopsio is just catching this soak. And it's like catching soak as a hammer into, or catching soak as a Muradin into a hammer is so miserable. Maiev's gonna get this. Whereas if Hogger had been the one to leave, Hogger could have easily like cleared this wave, and then no one from blue is available to soak this, right? Diva would have been late. And then he gets most of top, and I think they lose a similar amount. I would have preferred if the offlaner left the team to go soak than the tank left the team to go soak.
Petty squabbling. Gather tribute.
Because I really do think there's a concept in basketball called zone defense versus man defense, and in man defense, certain people pair up against other people, and I feel like Muradin, like there should be a man defense versus the sill pushing that consists of the tank, Tychus, and maybe Brightwing, but Brightwing can kind of float around. And then I want ideally Hogger to be versus the hammer, but it could be versus like other people. But I want Hogger to not be near the other people so they can intercept the pass to continue the basketball.
Shall we see who gathers enough?
I mean, Hammer without sustain at level 4 gets poked out by Tychus pretty hard, and Hogger can actually do a lot of work into a hammer because every piece of damage that hits the hammer stays. Like, this is the thing that we did on Oxygen, right? We do have Regenerative Biosteel. Why did I think that was the other one? No, she is the AL. Yeah, okay, yeah. You should be able to put some damage on the hammer, but it is a little rough. No one has an actively good match. Now that she's 4, at least. Why did I get the icons mixed up? I thought she was in... I swear I thought she was in sub. It is also, specifically in the hammer, I prefer Garbage Fire plus Hortipult over Shockwave. We're going to be looking a little bit at Shockwave. So that's the early game laning arrangements. Red came out of it advantaged. I honestly feel like Red came out of it advantaged because Mopsio caught things where other people on the team fell down. And I think if you watch that, you can kind of understand why I say that.
And so
Oh, it didn't matter here. Wait. They didn't get... Oh no, they catch it later, right?
hero slay now. Hero slain.
Was this camp not gotten earlier?
Red team has destroyed a fort.
Again?
And so the
Like for the second time? I guess not, because it has a 5-minute cooldown.
hero slain. Blue team has destroyed. Gather tribute.
It was at 5:35. I wanted to make a point about it, but I don't want to rewind for it. Mostly we're doing 20 at this point. Unless we want to take a look at Maiev. We can follow Maiev around and see if Maiev ever has a chance to bomb or diss the Diva bomb. It doesn't. Okay, so I have used disc earlier, but if she had saved disc for this specifically, they wouldn't have had to all. They're all pretty low actually, so they probably Mopsy would have had to jump out. Yeah, I knew they got it. I knew they got it when the fort was alive because the timing was again wrong, and it again could have mattered if Diva wasn't there. But Diva unfortunately was there both times. But it's one of those things where like if you never do the camp timing right, then you're even if the enemy team. You're never giving the opportunity for the enemy team to make a mistake that causes them to like lose a fort. I think Diva's fine. We were actually playing. We were experimenting with some 4-man Diva, with Nick playing it, and 4-man Diva with W 7, 13, 16 was pulling a surprising amount of weight in triple frontline comps. I don't know if Diva's competitive off lane in the current meta, just because the other off lanes are so good. Like Dahaka is broken. And she has a lot of problems. She has a lot of problems rotating. And I don't see anyone doing this anymore, but Diva has so many problems rotating that really good Diva players used to save bomb for waves. They would bomb a wave, and then you know what Baby Diva can do that Big Diva can't? Mount. And then she would rotate faster. I haven't seen anyone do that this tournament, but that used to be a thing that good Diva players did, like, a fair amount. Just because it speeds up your rotation speed so much to be able to mount. And like you show up without bomb, but at least you show up on time. Also, W16 is like the main reason you should pick Diva at all in any comp. Like that's, I think W16 is literally the main thing she contributes to comps in general, like to team fight potential. So seeing a Diva that doesn't pick W16, I'm very suspicious about whether or not the Diva pick was better. And W16 essentially gets better the higher the tick rate of damage you're against is. So Diablo is a very high tick rate in the meta. Tychus has a very high tick rate in the meta. Hogger actually has a very high tick rate in the meta if you manage to get W on his E, which isn't that difficult with the size. Tass has been played a lot this tournament. Tass has a very high tick rate on his damage. I still hate when design requires you to know the tick rate of abilities. Sylve, Tracer, arguably Genji to some degree, Lucio. These are all really good examples. Like I would be fine with picking Diva into that list of heroes with the expectation that 16 is going to be really good for your team. Deathwing is not meta, but Deathwing is another good example. Q build Deathwing anyway. The other Deathwing builds aren't quite as egregious in terms of tick rate. Although I do think that if you're going to pick Deathwing, you should be playing drop build in his current balance iteration. Okay. Did Hogger 20 do anything? So, Hogger 20, he took the Shockwave upgrade. It gets CDR from Rage, so we're going to keep track of the cooldown. 70 seconds by default. And it gives you a little bit of armor show. I do think this is by far his worst 20.
The choice.
Damage number per tick doesn't matter, right? It's just the... Yeah, it... Yeah. Diverting power. Defense matrix area grows rapidly in size, and each time it reduces damage dealt to heroes. Diva's mech is healed for 65 health. So the thing that matters more... The thing that matters is the tick rate of the damage. Just how many ticks of damage... So the way Diva's W works with armor is essentially multiplicative. It's one of the few multiplicative effects in the game. But yeah, the fusion generator, every time an enemy hero deals damage while inside the defense matrix, Diva's self-destruct charges faster. and use up to 20%. So for this, tick rate matters like quite a bit as well, which is again tick rate. D.Va's good or bad based on whether or not the enemy team has high tick rate damage abilities that are easy to land W on, in my opinion. There are some other like niche scenarios where you're like trying to do a combo with like Garrosh throwing the bomb at people, and that works. I mean, Oxygen did it in CCL, but it's not the best reason to pick her. The best reason to pick her is because she shuts down damage, actively heals from it, gets bombs constantly, and is very disruptive. I think that's her best competitive build. Yeah, the D.Va Maiev matchup should be heavily Maiev favored. Because if you do the diss stack, man, Hogger, Diablo is just getting completely manhandled.
More bones to gnaw.
Maiev disc, yes, in this game I would have saved Maiev disc exclusively for bomb, and I would have immediately tried to disc every bomb and just five man all in baby D.Va and kill her. That is 100% what I would have done. I don't ever do Shockwave. If you're hitting someone with just the tip, is like completely terrible. Please just gap close and do it. Put the center on the kill target. But that was like 16, 15, somewhere around there. So we'll see how much CDR he gets. It didn't hit anyone, so we don't have to ask if it did any damage from the armor.
Gather tribute or face my curse.
Lightning Breath is another good disc target, yes. Actually, in HGC, when disc was considered bad and everyone went cage, people discovered that disc was specifically good into Lightning Breath. Because if you disc a Lightning Breath Diablo, you either can disengage for free because he's not slowing you anymore, and you essentially trade them, but that's a good trade. Or you can ignore the peel that Lightning Breath was supposed to provide and like continue the 5v4 and win it. We haven't gotten a ton of CDR. It was 16, 15, something like that. So, did we get any CDR? I don't know if we got any CDR from the Rage. Regardless, I think it would have been up here regardless, because I misremembered the time. We're trying to do the thing where we E in. So the tip hits, but Hogger's armor is minus 15. They're polyed, getting the minus 25 from the bribing 16. Okay, so it ticked over. Now we go into generic stats. We take a look at it's Rhaegar, right? So we were at 132 and 562. And the anti-armor expired. You take an extra couple hundred damage.
I grow tired of your petty squabbling. Gather tribute.
My opinion, by the way, having already watched this, is the answer is no. The 20 didn't really do anything and wasn't very good. And it seems like it's one of those things where it seems like it should be okay, But a lot of it comes down to actually like A, using Shockwave correctly, don't hit people with a tip in the first place, or you're just not very likely to get kills out of it. But also, again, I really think this should have been Mortar Bolt into the Hammer. Mortar Bolt is very difficult. Terrain in general is very difficult for Hammer to deal with. If something that gets behind her. Q-Build Maiev is essentially always better. We have looked at a game that was into an Abathur in the last tournament. So normally there were only 4 bodies to even kit, and Q-Build Maiev was still better. And it was into like a Diablo frontline, where like you'd think the percent damage would be really good. We can actually, I mean, we can. I think it's in tab 2. We didn't go pin down. I think this is mislabeled. I think this is actually how much damage the level. This is so the way it works is if you haven't taken a talent, it lists everything that it's tracking or could track in that column, and then once you take the talent, it's supposed to update that it's tracking only that thing. But this is the correct level 4 column. Heroic damage prevented with Vault of the Wardens. It's pretty good. Mana Sword and Painted Knives. So this should be... So it's done 4,000 damage so far this game, the level 4 talent. Which is not a 0 mana damage. But... And then this is... Ruthless Spirit. This is the 7. I will say I think E-Build is easier than the other builds, but basically, if you actually hit your Q resets, the other build should always be better. So the question you should basically ask yourself is, can you hit your Q resets? If you can't hit your Q resets at all, you kind of have to ask why you're playing Maiev. But if you can hit your Q resets... I mean, we've restored 450 mana from Q this game. She gets 30 mana back. So that means we've hit a fair number of Q resets this game. Yeah, you only need 1 stack of pin down for it to be the best level 4. If you ever get 1 stack of pin down, it is the best level 4. She's still good even without hitting Q. She's good without hitting Q if you're E-Build. She's pretty bad if you're Q-Build and don't hit your Qs. She's kind of a dead weight. I think if everyone had a team, if everyone had a Maiev player on their team that was really good at Maiev, I think Maiev would be getting first pick. But I think that most people aren't good enough at Maiev for that to be the case. Actually, she probably wouldn't even be making it through drafts if every team had a Maiev player. People would just ban it and be like, I'm not dealing with that shit. But that perspective, I think Maiev right now is as good or a little better than she was during HGC. And at the end of HGC, the drafter for Gen G, Noblesse, always banned Maiev. He was just like, I can't find a consistent solution to this piece of shit. Get her out of here. Just, no. I cannot risk the enemy team getting it. Could use a Haymaker to get rid of the bomb. Valimar calls her his sleep paralysis demon. Yikes. CDR didn't matter there, and obviously the armor didn't do anything because we were running away. I think here we get a little bit of rage back, and it comes back sooner than it would have. Crazy spin. Ideally, you don't want to be at 0 rage when you spin into fights. Like, ideally. But getting rage from, like, a wave, and then hitting on the prowl, and then coming, like, you want to... It's tough to time it such that you get to the fight as on the prowl is expiring. It's very difficult. Once again, I'm pretty sure W16 would have saved D.Va's whole team there. Augur's dead, so we can fast forward because we no longer care about anything. Great. Did the camp correctly, so it only took like 5 seconds because we're level 23. Okay, I don't think the 20 was very good. I think Rage would have been better. Apparently he always goes that build, Griffer. So. Okay. You're sieging a building. You're in the lake camp. You have catapults. Catapults are currently doing 856 damage to structures. If Tychus grenades the core here, Tychus, before he gets into Odin, he grenades the core. Grenade does 632 damage, plus 185 damage over time. If Tychus grenades the wave, right here, just kills the wave, he sacrifices 900-ish damage to the core. These two katas combined fire 6 shots, each doing roughly 900 damage, that do not hit the core. But that would have hit the core. If everything else goes exactly the same, the only reason this core call doesn't work is because Tychus grenades the core instead of the wave. If everything else goes exactly the same. Catapults do a lot of damage to buildings. They can't hit buildings until they're on the building. You need to clear the waves first. I don't like the rest of. I'm gonna look at the rest of it, but I just want to like literally that's the only thing that needs to change, and everything else is fine. I don't know why Tychus immediately gets into Odin. Like Odin does a little bit more core damage, but you have to struggle with the fact that there's a delay between the two things. But the thing you want to think about when you're focusing on core also is once they start defending, you want everyone to not be able to get hit at the same time so that everyone can focus the core. Which sounds like obvious, right? Oh, you want us to focus the core when we're making a core call? So for instance, like you want like Maiev over here, or Tychus over here, and the katas count. You don't want someone on this side, assuming we clear this wave correctly, right? Assuming we built both these waves were cleared and these katas were pushing up. You don't want someone like standing like here, like a Vala or something, autoing the core. You want them to be somewhere where the catapults aren't, so the enemy team can't both fight you and clear the katas at the same time. You want to spread out, and the katas count as your teammates. So Brightwing and Maiev decide to stand on the same pixel. Both get silenced. Arguably, the person you want to die last in a core call is the healer, because if the healer can keep a DPS alive for like an extra 5 seconds, it's an extra 5 seconds of that DPS doing damage to the core. So Brightwing insta-dying by stacking on top of Maiev is the second worst thing that happened here. Tychus, by the way, after not clearing the wave, doing the correct thing. It's like, oh, they're over here. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to be on the opposite side of where the people are. Keeps walking away. And he doesn't realize this, but he's walking away from the catapults. Imagine. So that catapult shoots at the core once. Twice. And the core gets to 407 health. The cat has missed 6 shots on the core, each of which does 800 something damage at this point in the game. 153. It's just like core calls are something that you have to be very disciplined about, and it's to some degree it's like a math problem. You really have to be min-maxing the damage across the board, and minions do a lot of damage. I think if every single HOTS player had like a pop-up that said minions do a lot of damage to buildings, the game would be very different. Yes, I did see, but like it doesn't matter. It's not the most important part. Right? It's just not the most important part. I went over the most important part, which is that there were 3 catapults that could have been on core and were not. I have 40 viewers, by the way. I'm glad you guys appreciate this level of detail. I used to do this by myself, not on stream. Just trying to figure out what was the best thing to do during HGC. To be fair, I do think the feedback mechanism around how much damage minions do is a little bit weird, because minions do reduce damage to each other, and then they do bonus damage to buildings, and then they do normal damage to everything else. So that's a lot of different damage values. And I think a lot of people see minions fighting each other, and they're like, ah, minions don't do any damage. What is this? What is this? And then they don't necessarily pay attention that minions are fighting, when minions are fighting, you can see it's base, minion, and structure. Yeah, so melee minions do less damage to other minions. Range minions do the same. The mage has a modifier too, doesn't he? The leader minion? No, it's double. But it's like, how would you figure that out? Like, how would you figure that out? If you didn't literally go look at the game files or obsessively like review replays. Oh, this is a very simple game, by the way. A very simple question. Did Parting Gift get any value? That's the question. I'll start out by saying in this game, I don't think you can have fast fights. So I really want to go increased auto range plus the vision, because it gives you just a massive advantage. But Parting Gift damage to heroes. There should be a Parting Gift damage to non-heroes. Is it? Oh, no, this is the one that's not in the same tab, right? Parting Gift damage to non-heroes. Yeah, it's in the separate tab. I don't believe bomb charge is tracked. So we will have to track the extra bomb charge manually and ask, would bomb have been available, basically. But we can essentially fast forward to every time recall is used, and then just chill. So it's important. This goes back to the player behavior thing. I don't think Tracer would have recalled here if she was not Parting Gift. So instead of just chilling out here and constantly autoing the tasks with the increased range that would have made her 100% like safe, we instead get some Parting Gift value. All right, so we get 249 Parting Gift damage to heroes. We get no Parting Gift damage to non-heroes. I actually didn't land on them. And we know that it gave 7% pulse jump charge. So we're 32% instead of 25%. So until we hit bomb, we just got to keep subtracting 7. And then, like, estimate. Oh. $499. We've hit 2. Hit 2 PGs. I don't think that hitting that wave would have given 14% bomb charge. We miss bomb here. I think we still wouldn't have had bomb. I think we would have been at like 98% without Parting Gift. So if bomb had hit, that's arguably like a bomb on Trickomi we wouldn't have had. We can just, again, fast forward until we recall. We recalled. So currently we're at 499 damage done. We blink in to force the recall. And it misses. Doesn't hit anything. Well, actually, I shouldn't say it doesn't hit anything. Because we can check. We've hit some minions. We've done siege damage. But we didn't hit a hero, so we didn't get any bomb charge. So this is our real bomb. This is the bomb we would have had. I genuinely feel like every recall this game has been to trigger Parting Gift, though, which means that we don't have Parting Gift to allow us to play aggressively and just keep shooting people. We would have had that bomb either way. We did recall. So we have to look at... We are at 1309 and 499. Parting Gifted damage. Killed it now. I think we would have bomb here regardless. I don't think that at 7% mattered. At this point, it didn't matter. Technically, we got bomb a little bit sooner, but since we didn't literally use it on cooldown. Just fast forward to the next. Unironically, you will do this camp roughly 2 to 3 seconds faster if you're Parting Gift and you recall on the camp. He doesn't use recall on the camp. So the one time the Parting Gift would have provided guaranteed value, it wasn't used. I'm not saying you should recall on camps. I think it's pretty silly. But it does do the camp faster. We definitely aren't, like, if we bomb before if we E before we bomb, we will definitely have not gotten any Parting Gift value from bomb turret. because we already had bomb regardless. Oh, well, we bombed. Okay, sweet. Kill. They got a kill. Okay, so we're at 780. So Parting Gift at this level is doing like 300-ish damage. 329. He's at 317. So Parting Gift is literally going to overkill him, but then he took a little bit of extra damage right there. So we'll check the death recap. Parting Gift to 300 damage, 28 overkill. But I'm pretty sure Diablo could have killed him. I'm also pretty sure that a couple more autos would have killed him. I don't think that kill is changed by Parting Gift existing. I think he dies either way. We did get a little bit of extra... We hit more than one person with Parting Gift. So we can see that. Should keep an eye on the bomb charge. Or 20 seconds. We're at 48% bomb charge. Spikes up to 62, so we hit 2 people. So watching this does give me some perspective of the usefulness of number of X hit. I wasn't certain how useful it really was for things. It's incredibly useful. Otherwise, I have to count it manually. Like this is what I do, Spazza. This is what your UI is going to use for. So we have to keep track of an extra 14% bonus bomb charge. We can give that kill to Parting Gift, by the way. Bullet Spray 16 is a wave clear talent. I'm not going to, like... If you get to 16 and you're hard losing on macro, I think you can go Bullet Spray to kind of like fix the problem. But if you get to 16 and you're relatively even and your win condition for drafting Tracer was we're going to use Tracer to win team fights, I think that either of your other 16 should be better. Either you're just going to completely overwhelm the healer's ability to keep up with damage with Ricochet, in which case you should probably, if you're going Ricochet, I think most games you go Ricochet, you should be the range 1 because it makes it just safer and easier to auto the front line and get the spread damage. And if you're going the armor shred, you should be W1. I just don't like Parting Gift. Because I've done this. I've done this for like probably 100 replays at this point. And I've just never consistently seen Parting Gift be like, oh man, the extra bomb mattered. Or, and then Bullet Spray is essentially a talent you take when you're losing. Like, losing very badly, and you like, there's no other way your team's going to be able to fix lanes. The only time I would consider Bullet Spray outside of that scenario is maybe Shrines. Bullet Spray is pretty good on Shrines at actually just fighting straight for the Shrine. It's also the only map other than like Split Push Yrel where I would consider the Yrel Cleave 16, right? Like Shrines, one of the nice things about HOTS in my opinion is that certain maps like break rules, where it's like, I'm always going to go this talent, except maybe on this map. Well, we attacked into a deflect instead of holding, but I think we've made up for 14% of bomb at this point, so I think we would have had bomb regardless.
Talent this time.
Smart trap placement. Good use of trap. Interesting. Why didn't we stay on the Chromie? We still have recall available. And you can use recall for things besides Parting Gift. Like, you... I feel like we could have killed the Chromie. Maybe I'm too aggressive a Tracer player, but even if you can't kill the Chromie, I feel like staying there and harassing her when you still have Blinks and recall available... probably like fine. I also feel like, in general in this tournament, I've seen a lot of Tracers over blink. Like, they blink when they could literally just walk somewhere, and then they don't have blink. And they're like, oh, I don't have blink, so I have to do something else. You can just walk somewhere, just do that. You don't have to blink everywhere. It's a little bit different once you're 13 if you go jumper. So two things here. One is, if you're playing Tracer, you should have hold or stop bound so that you stop attacking. But also, if I guess he stopped it. I guess he stopped attacking. Yeah, the Genji should have deflected right away. Maybe. I hate the Genji Tracer matchup because theoretically, if the Tracer's not paying attention and doesn't have hold bound, you can get a lot of chip damage onto her if she autos you. But Genji can die if he doesn't specifically save deflect for W. So, yeah. So one of the things I was going to say is if you're into anything that makes you want to stop attacking a Tracer, your first instinct shouldn't be hold, it should be D. So like every time you get blinded, reload. Every time you're into Genji and he starts deflecting you, reload. Reload first, and then if you still need to not attack, then you hit hold. No one does this. Not even Mockery does this. I talked to Mockery about it once, and he was like, I'm already so much better at Tracer than other people are playing against Tracer that I don't need that level of optimization. I was like, hey, you're not wrong. It sounds like a bad excuse. It's just it would be a hard habit to train. It doesn't really want to put in the effort. So we had a kill that I think would have happened regardless, but it did technically die to Parting Gift. We now have a second kill that I'm going to say did not happen because of Parting Gift, and here's the reasoning. I don't think you would see a Leoric at 82 health and recall if you did not have Parting Gift. I think the expectation here is that Parting Gift is going to hit people and kill the Leoric. And it does hit people, but it doesn't hit the Leoric. And the Leoric lives. So far Parting Gift has maybe gotten one kill, but I think it would have happened anyway. It definitely missed a kill, and it has caused recall to be wasted badly, like 3 times. And it arguably got one bomb sooner, and the bomb missed. But you can't be like the bomb missed, it didn't matter. Well, if the bomb had hit, that bomb would have. But it was very marginally. Like maybe the bomb could have been gotten just chasing Chromie to the game, right? We did hit someone with that previous Parting Gift, so we're actually 7% ahead on Bomb Charge right here. So we wouldn't have had, I think we would not have had this bomb at this exact moment. We did that thing again where we blinked in and recalled for damage. Recall, by the way, it's worth noting. For 1.25 seconds, you're just disappeared. So how much auto attack damage does Tracer do over a 1.25 second period? You're losing that damage in exchange for the Parting Gift damage. So if you could have kept autoing, then the amount of damage that Parting Gift is actually adding to a single target is frequently very low. Yeah, W1 does give more. 1-2 punch does give more bomb charge because you get bomb charge from Wing people. But in this game specifically, I said I would have wanted tracer rounds anyway. So that's where we're making the comparison between what I said I would have wanted. What do we have for parting gift value? 2236. I think we're actually going to hit 2 people, right? It's currently dealing 400 damage. Yep. Got 2 hits on it. Bear in mind we have a blink charge that we're going to lose here by blinking in and E. Do we kill Muradin if we just keep autoing him and save our blinks for chasing? We cannot chase now that we used a blink to blink in and then recall. We can't do it. We blink to chase the Genji. Could we have gotten to the Muradin? I think it's actually questionable whether or not we can kill the Muradin there. I think the Muradin might live regardless of talent choice. But I think there's actually a better chance he dies if we're not parting gift and we just keep autoing him. So we hit 2, so we're at 14% bonus bomb charge. Bomb is up now-ish. We definitely would. I mean, okay, so we would not have had bomb there. We did the parting gift thing again. It's a really good thing that Leoric died, because if he hadn't died, I guarantee you he would have died if we just stood there and autoed him.
Maybe now you'll learn to respect your elders.
425 one. Get the tracker. It honestly feels like such a bad habit that parting it feels like it makes you play badly. Like, even if the talent got a lot of value consistently, which I have not seen, using Eve as a... Like here, I don't think we E out if we're not parting gift. I think we just, and like why do we not keep harassing them out? Like the enemy team has to respond to us harassing them out. They have to be like, oh well, we're gonna save our mount. And we have Jumper. I know someone took Untouchable in one of these games. So we're gonna get our blink charges back like relatively quickly. And we're using bomb for Pope. A bomb I think we would not have had. We hit 4 people with that. We can tell because we have 24% bomb charge. We're still just autoing. We're not 16 yet. Here, should get in bunker. I approve. Keeping track of 24% bomb charge, by the way, is going to be like completely insane.
My web weaves have my altar awaits.
You do it, yeah. One of the things that's really hard to consider if you look at this game is how much extra damage Tracer is taking from not having the increased range. And like, arguably maybe W1 is giving her even more bomb charge in some cases. Like, there's a lot to imagine about how differently the game could have gone. Worth noting, we are Armor Shred. So we are the Armor Shred, but without W1. So we'll only get to apply it once in a fight. It won't be up for like a super long period of time. We honestly would have cleared that faster with Ricochet. Like, Ricochet does work in PvE. I'd like to give MVP to the Tracer for actually getting in the bunker. Even if it was after the fight was over, at least someone did. So right here, we're autoing a minion. I'm pretty sure that Ricochet favors bouncing to heroes, so we would actually be hitting Muradin here. Even if we had misclicked the minion. And like right here, Malf walks into range, so we would now be hitting Malf too, with the increased auto attack range plus Ricochet. We're asleep. Oh, I didn't check the see if that fucking gift anyway. Gotta do that. We have bomb, so it doesn't matter. The bomb charge won't matter. It will just be the for 5160. It did hit. Okay. The blue numbers are her bullets. They added that a couple patches ago. See, she reloads. She reloads 20 bullets. And the reload gets a crit kicker if she hits lock and loaded. Pretty sure we would have had this bomb. This would definitely be doing better with attack range. We're like stepping up briefly to attack and being like, it's scary. The increased attack range and then Ricochet would have been doing a ton of your own defense. Like an absolutely enormous amount of damage. Would have cleared this way faster. We would have been hitting Genji and Muradin there. A little bit of value from the 20 there. Forces the rewind. It didn't hit the PG there. I can send you the replay if you want, by the way. So I think that the Leoric dies there regardless, but the entire time he was hitting Leoric, he also would have been hitting either Mopsio or Arion. And then here again, he would have been hitting both. Actually, I should double check, because I think he did melee the Leoric. So we get the armor shred. What's Leoric at in terms of armor damage modified? 501 and 132? No, 874 and 501. The 500 increased damage from spells from the armor shred. So the 16 was pretty good there. I know I'm talking about the level 1, that's the question, but I have to evaluate the 16 because the 16s are often taken in pairs where you go auto range plus ricochet or you go W1 plus W16. Seeing W16 without... Also worth noting that Armor Shred increases Tracer's healing since she heals for the amount of damage done. So like having the consistency of W1 to have higher uptime than W16 actually also increases your self-sustain in these skirmish situations. No, that's not heroes. One of the heroes one. 579. Missed the bomb. It's unfortunate. Recall. Miss everyone. Huh? Parting gift hit. Nah, we're done.
The idea is
So did parting gift do anything, chat? I'll leave that one up to the chat to decide. You saw literally every instance of it being used. You saw if it hit or not. We kept track of the bomb charge. We saw if the bomb charge got us there faster. Did parting gift get any value? And would the other ones have gotten better value? Okay, we are going to skip one of these questions because the exact same question was asked about a different game. Did Malfurion's level 20 get any value? And then we're 2 games away from being done. And after that, we will be on. But the last game is literally the worst. It's just the absolute worst. In fact, if Spazzo, if you're still here for that last game, I'll be curious to see if you have any opinions on how the UI could be improved. Shrines game 3. It's supposed to be game 3, but in the replays it's labeled as map 1. I have to question if that's a different map. Or if the question is labeled incorrectly. I'll immediately know if the comps are right. So I can just load it and see. YW20. I don't think anyone's taken. Has anyone taken anything besides parting or besides W20 in this tournament? Let me check that real quick. I'm not a big fan of W20 unless you're specifically using it to interrupt something, or sometimes for peel. But usually it's like I want to interrupt Hanzo jump when I go on Hanzo, something like that. Like it's very specific. No, everyone's taking good stuff. Tracer also not performing super well in this tournament, by the way. Nope, this is the wrong guy. So it's either mislabeled in my replays or the question itself is mislabeled. It's supposed to be game 3. But game 3 was in Garden, not Shrines. Oh, I had the teams wrong. That would having the teams correct would probably help. We got there. We got there in the end. I mean, you don't have to combo W and E together, though. Although I guess if you're taking it for burst, you are kind of short-circuiting your burst combo. Oh, the other thing that Get Stuff does really well is prevent like ice blocks and stuff, because if you bomb someone and you W them, it instantly explodes. And we saw like Chromie ice block canceled a bomb completely, right? Like that's a good reason to take it. But in my experience, most tracers don't consider their positioning well enough to make sure that when they're doing that, they are knocking the target. A, guarantee it kills the target, or B, knocks the target into a worse position. Sometimes, like frequently, they just get saved by it.
For battle,
And if you're not going to put that level of care and thought into the talent, then it's like it's a coin flip whether or not the talent ends up being good. And I don't think you want your talent choices to sometimes be good for the enemy team and sometimes be
the
good for you.
battle begins in 1.
Why are we not VP? I don't know. The first question is why are we not VP? And I'm just like, well, you know, they have Sanct. It's just like one of the most impactful heroics in the game that's hard countered by VP. I don't know why it would be VP here, other than EU hates VP. Second question is, would Johanna Q13 have actually been better this game? That's going to be that's actually a fairly interesting question because there is one instance where I think it might have actually been better to be more. And then the mouth 20. Total Recall. Rutsa. Total Recall is completely insane. If you have recall available, you get hard focused and you E, you're back to full health. And it's just like I think Total Recall is the default level 20 talent that you should go most games, and the other talents are situationally good. Like there's like I have a couple of very interesting CCL games where comp B was taken with Sticky Bomb, with a comp that could consistently keep people in a fixed area, and the combination of 2 Sticky Bombs landing on like 3 people was just bonkers. It was like completely nuts.
Hero slain.
But again, that was like I had like 4 games of that in hundreds of Tracer replays that I have from CCL. I don't know if that's something you could consistently like draft around. But if the situation comes up, the Total Recall is definitely, in my opinion, the default level 20. And then Get Stuff is situationally good. Insane Arrow. Unfortunately, no one was yet in range to follow it up. So VP wouldn't have been physically good there, obviously. Although actually, was there in range? Let's look at it from Zera's perspective. I mean, yeah, he just turns around and sinks it. But I don't think it turns that fight, because I think that fight started out so badly for them with the arrow. Entomb is one of the things that it did work with. But it was also indie heroes that like couldn't get out of Entomb. Basically, we're waiting to see if the Sancts are good, and how good VP would have been if it had completely canceled Sanct. There is silenced and dead, so he can't. Oh yeah, you told me about this. So it's Alt 1, display Alt 2 sets. Let's back up. Like right before the team fight happened. Okay. Set start point. Alt 2. Spazzo, you're a genius. So for anyone who doesn't know, this is a feature that I was not aware of in Spazzo's UI until he told me about it, where you can set a start point, and it will only display stats from that point onwards. So we can see the hero damage, healing, damage taken, self healing for each team only from this fight. So MVP of that fight was actually Mathael. Mathael did by far the most damage for the team that won the fight. That's a really cool feature. And then I can just turn it off. Right? It's just gone. Oh, that's actually going to be really useful. I'm already thinking of some things. I'm already thinking of some things that I'm going to be able to answer more easily because of that. I did not know about that feature. That's really cool. I will say the Zeratul seems very aggressive. I think for Zeratul, you really want to not go in until a lot of things have been burnt, or you want to like play around the edges, trying to harass relatively far away from like the main CCs you're concerned about. Which, the first thing you have to do that is play around vision. You have to like find the flank, find the person who's on the edge, and just start hitting them. Like here, I have the Dahaka below me. I do not want to be there. Great Sank though would have been completely destroyed by VP. Like that Sank would have been completely destroyed by VP. They lose the fight. Okay, so the second question, and I think it's specifically about this fight, which is why I'm gonna stop here and swap over to the Joe. Oh no, it was the 1220. Yeah, no, it's this one. Okay. So Johanna gets a completely insane 4-man condemn here, and gets. I think that could have been a 4-man Q if she positioned it better. If I'm like being honest, which would have given you just a completely insane amount of roar damage, right? It would have been 150% of 212 extra damage. But let's... So... Was it 220? Currently? 212. Yeah. So now we know how much bonus damage Roar would have done, assuming it had hit 4 heroes. Let's see how much damage Hammers actually did. And I think we might have to count the one hammer coming off the auto. Because that was a really good Roar. And Roar will do more damage in sub 1 second kills, but no one died there. So I think it's very unlikely that Hammer does not end up doing more damage. Hammers just have 2, isn't it? Yeah, less damage here. 2269 is what we started at. Oh. Okay. We have to do it from the next Hammers cast to make it like a reasonably fair one-to-one comparison. So that Hammers cast. That's a good Spazzo question. I actually don't know the answer. So we're at 2707. So we were at 2707. We did 3779. So hammers did 1072 damage to heroes right there. And not hammers would have done just under 1,000 damage. Because Roar only hit. We know Q only hit 3 people, not 4, because otherwise he would have finished the quest. So even in that scenario, hammers was better. It's just hammers is so stupid. And now Roar is capped out, right? Roar is done. Roar cannot do more damage until Key comes back up. So it's up here, but we throw another hammers out first, which is just ticking away, doing some damage. I don't think like that's a really good Roar, and I still think it would have been worse. So we're gonna fast forward to the end of the game, and I'm gonna show you guys why even if Roar would have been, it would have been maybe 200 damage better there. In that one specific scenario, Roar may have been 200 damage better. Maybe. It's not guaranteed. So the game's almost over. Hammers are much better than Roar. If you spam hammers on cooldown, they're basically twice as good in many cases. Basically, Roar is only good in a theoretical scenario. Roar is only better than hammers in a theoretical scenario where you have a sub 1 second kill, because the second tick of hammers doesn't go off immediately, because it can only go off every so often. But on average, at most, it's 1/6 of an auto less damage to a single target. That doesn't count for the fact that hammers gives you vision and spins around and does all this other crazy shit. Right? So blessed hammers damaged onto heroes, 6.8k. Roar would be very comparable to this for most games. It would be sometimes very marginally higher. Usually it's like 300 to 400 points lower. It's like 10 to 15% lower, somewhere around there. But Roar is nowhere near as good at PvE. The blessed damage, like this number, easily goes over 20k in many games. Whereas Roar's bonus damage is half that, and Roar's bonus damage frequently only applies to minions. There probably isn't a scenario where Joe is sieging very hard in this game at any point, right? Because they were losing. But basically, building hitboxes are so large that hammer will tick multiple times as it's traveling across the building. So the amount of damage that hammer specifically does to buildings is much higher than you might realize. So you're giving up theoretical value in sub 1 second kill scenarios in exchange for thousands less siege damage and thousands less building damage. And that's for a 13 talent, right? When I say thousands, I mean from 13 onwards. So I definitely think hammers was already picked that game. It did a ton of value. I do think it should have been VP into the Sanct. Oh, we didn't look at Lunar Shower. Lunar Shower is very easy to look at this game. The main benefit of Lunar Shower is the CDR. The extra damage is kind of whatever. I'm not going to say the extra damage is bad, but it just usually doesn't matter. So we're just going to look at every Mouth W. Thanks to Cascon requesting features specifically for Mouth in the UI, we do have a very handy-dandy stat tracking here. Heroes hit with 1 Moonfire. Heroes where Moonfire hit 2+ heroes. So this game we've only had 3 Moonfires that hit 2+ heroes. We've had 0 that hit 3, 0 that hit 4. 4 or more. So we're going to keep track of that 40. We're gonna Moonfire Zera in a second here. He's gonna be harassing from the bottom side. That Moonfire hit. You can see it right there. There it dies. Moonfire would now have been available. So we get 1 second of CDR for having hit a hero. That's the way Lunar Shower works. Its cooldown is reduced by 1 second. The next Moonfire within 6 seconds deals bonus damage. Bonus damage couldn't have mattered yet. That Moonfire hit. We went up to 42. So it would have been available at 1437. Do we W instantly? No. Another good Moonfire hit. 43. Did we W in? So we did use half a second of the CDR, but we missed the W. Now, do we want to count that as having used the CDR? Like, we could have hit it, right? That W hit. So now we'll have W available. We have W available again right now. Normally it would have been available 1 second from now. Do we use it instantly? We do use it. That did hit, but we didn't use the CDR. Did that hit? That did hit. We didn't use the CDR. That didn't hit. I think we're actually aiming at core, though. That hit, no one's alive, so we can't use it for healing anymore. So Lunar Shower got a little tiny bit of value. I think grand total we got 2 seconds of CDR that we actually used out of 8 Moonfire hits, which is a non-zero amount. The damage was fairly irrelevant. Everyone who got killed got overkilled by a ton. And we broke the chain too, which reset the damage bonus by missing one of them. So a non-zero amount of value. Now Twilight Dream was already on cooldown, right? And it wouldn't have been up again. So I think in this scenario, if you think you can actually end the game, you don't upgrade Astral Communion anyway. And Life Bloom is just not a good talent. So I think Lunar Shower was fine there. It got some value. I think if you end the game there, none of the other 20s are going to get any value. So you pick it based on the idea that you can end the game very convincingly. But I think you can end the game very convincingly right there. With the late game Punisher. Okay. The absolute worst question. I don't want to know who asked this because I'll have to ban you from asking any more questions. So this game, we have Vikings with Garrosh Blaze. It's like 200 feet. Yeah, it's not good. I would prefer Lunar Shower. And Lunar Shower is fine. Like if you're actually Wing on cooldown, the problem is you have to W on cooldown, which means you can no longer save W to potentially hit more than one target. Because if you save W for 2 seconds, but hit 2 targets with it instead of 1, that's the same amount of healing as 2 Ws over 6 seconds that hit 1 target each, but it costs you less mana. So like frequently you want to hold W if you think there's a chance that you'll be able to hit more than 1 target. So that's an awkward thing to like, be in. And then the bonus damage is rarely relevant, which for a 20 talent you probably don't want to be like, sometimes it matters. Like you didn't. But if your heroic is on cooldown, like a long cooldown, and you think you have a chance of ending the game, and you just hit 20, you should not pick a 20 that upgrades your heroic that won't even be used again before the game ends. So in that sense, I think Lunar Shower was the only possible pick there. Let me fast forward to this game. Everyone remember how I explained the armor thing earlier? Where this tab only helps you if the armor goes negative? You know who has armor pretty much all the time? Garrosh. So The question someone asked was the Hanzo level 7 good this game? And surprisingly, they didn't ask me if the level 1 was good. But the level 1 and the level 7 kind of work together, so I have to answer that question as well. But I won't know if Garrosh took bonus damage from Hanzo's level 7 reducing armor until that armor goes negative, which it will never do. So I have to do some manual math for like the majority of this game. We're going to talk about Hanzo talents. This is your one and only Hanzo sort of thing. So for most of HGC, W build was extremely meta, and it's just simple geometry, never outmatched. The level 4 you take is based on comps and map. It has nothing to do with the rest of your build. Dragon's Arrow. Actually in HGC, one of the most meta talent was Ninja Assassin, because it allowed you to arrow from further away and still consistently participate in the fight. And then if that arrow got a kill, your D came back immediately and you could do stuff. Fleet of Foot has become the meta talent in the current iteration of the game, where people are just trying to do more consistent damage with Hanzo. And then Giant Slayer was being picked a few times in HGC, but it was a little bit worse. Actually, it was better than it is now, right? Because it was at 1.25% at one point, and they buffed it to like 2%, and then they nerfed it back down. But a couple people were taking Giant Slayer. I think Giant Slayer should be the pick on a lot of maps. Piercing Arrows it makes W much easier to land. Because the main thing that Pierce is really good at is not multi-piercing. The main thing that Pierce is really good at is, imagine there's a hero standing like in this bush and you're standing like right here. You can just W through them. Like you can just shoot the arrow directly at the wall behind them and it goes through them and bounces straight into them. The fact that the arrows then will come back and like maybe bounce into them again, it's whatever. It's mainly that it just makes getting the initial bounce onto a target so much easier. Obviously, it's good in really tight corridors. It's good on shrines, because shrines you also have the fact that explosive arrows works on the shrine minions themselves. It works on monsters. You get that going for you. Flawless Technique was taken in HGC by one player, and he only took it on 2 maps. It was Rich, who was arguably the best Hanzo player of all time. He took it on Dragonshire when he was anchoring bottom lane, because if you're solo clearing a wave, Flawless Technique clears faster than Q does. Or Ignore All Distractions clears faster if you're solo clearing a wave than Explosive Arrows does. It's only in the late game where Explosive Arrows like scales more, where you can one-shot the wave. Also, Ignore All Distractions is better now than it was then, because there's more katas overall in the game, and you also one-shot katas, right? The other map he took it on was on Volskaya, and they would do this thing where they would let him, the rest of his team wouldn't touch the minion wave. He would do 1 auto on a minion, 2 autos on heroes, 1 auto on a minion, 2 autos on heroes, 1 auto on a minion, 2 autos on heroes. And essentially he had permanent +2 range during the long, drawn-out fights on Volskaya points, because they're all directly adjacent to a lane that has a minion wave. That was it. I do think if you're ever responsible for like soloing a lane for an extended period of the game, Ignore All Distractions is better than Q4. Unless you're on Shrines, in which case Q4 has other advantages. And then Serrated Arrows, you take this when you're doing a lot of bosses. That's it. Like you take it on or camps. If you're the main camper on Cursed Hollow, Alterac, you take it on BOE for Immortal Race, like, but it doesn't matter what the rest of your build is. Q build was only taken in HGC. Whoa. Okay, there we go. Q build was only taken. I had a tab open, like something started playing. Q build was only taken in HGC as an anti-dive tech, and Q build is very popular now because it's much easier than W. And it's what you expect. It's target practice. We'll talk about sevens in a second, because sevens like its own thing. But the main thing that was really important was Flawless Technique. So someone would try to dive you like a Genji or a Tracer. You would auto them, and then you would Q them, getting the bonus damage flawless technique, and then you'd auto them again. And that three hit combo does so much damage that it forces Genjis and Tracers to be like, nah, can I win this trade? It bursts low health heroes extremely hard. It's not very good against tanks. And you don't want to dive in, right? So the only time that you're hurting a squishy really hard is if they're diving you. Reset was the only person who actually did that consistently. It was pretty good. It's a pretty good build. So those are the builds that I like to see in competitive. I like to see Q build if you're facing divers with flawless technique, which I have not seen anyone do. I like to see piercing arrows on maps where it's appropriate. Otherwise, you're pretty much going Giant Slayer because you're killing tanks. Or maps or comps, I guess. Or if you just can't hit your scatters. If you can't hit your scatters, go piercing. It makes it a little bit easier. What 4 you take is based on what your comp is, and what the map is. That's nothing to do with the rest of your build. And then, is Redemption good? So you get 2 less arrows if you have Redemption in exchange for attacking 33% faster, essentially. And that means this changes the breakpoints for never outmatched. So if you're literally Wing in cooldown and you're autoing constantly, you will get more Ws from Redemption, but they'll have 2 less arrows each. And the Dragon Hungers gives you spell power. Here's the thing. I'm not sure that regardless of what talent build you take, Never Outmatched is ever not the pick. I genuinely think that there's a strong possibility that Never Outmatched is literally always the pick, regardless of everything else I just talked about. Because the amount of CDR it gives you is that high, and the amount of damage Scatter can do is that high. If you're hitting scatters, I guarantee you that's true. If you're actually consistently hitting scatters the way I know is possible, because I've seen players consistently do it after many months of practice, to be fair, then Never Outmatched is definitely the best talent. Is it the best talent for most people is a different question. And it's something we're going to be focusing on a lot as we go through this replay. So like that. Yeah. One thing about scatter that you really want to try to focus on if you want to get really good at scattering people is ideally you always want to try to scatter off the wall nearest to your target, and you want to position such that that is possible. So if you anticipate that the Olaf is going to start walking down this way, well, the wall he's going to be closest to is this one. So if you want to scatter instantly, you want to start moving down here so that you can scatter off of this wall. Or if you think he's going to walk all the way over here, well, you wait till he's close to this wall. You got to constantly be thinking about where your enemy is relative to walls. This is also why in HGC, Diablo was such a good Hanzo partner, because Diablo would just put people next to a wall for you. Like, Diablo wanted to wall some people. And as soon as they're next to a wall, you can just scatter them. If you've ever watched an HGC game and wonder why Diablo didn't flip immediately, a lot of the time the reason is because he had a Hanzo. And if you've wall stunned someone, well, they're next to a wall, that's the ideal position for them to be in as far as Hanzo's concerned in terms of damage. Flipping them would only make Hanzo's damage worse. So, why do we scatter instantly here? We're not in position to scatter off the near wall, and he's not yet going to the wall we think he's, heading to. Especially if you're not never outmatched, you need to be very conservative with your scatters and take them, use them when they're pretty much guaranteed to land. So here we get a couple of autos on the Rhaegar, and the Rhaegar has taken 7 bonus damage from our first auto, because we autoed him once, and that gave him -3 armor, and then our next auto did 7 extra damage, and he took, now he's at -6 armor, but the armor, the damage applies before the armor. And he's taken no bonus spell damage yet. We will not be able to do this with Garrosh. And we're dead. It's having the best work. Every time Hanzo dies, it's free for me, because I don't have to pay attention to the game anymore, because I'm only answering this one specific question. Poking Scatter. If anyone's never heard my scatter discussion, I have categories for scatters. Poking is one of them. where you are just throwing it, not expecting it to do too much damage. You're just trying to be annoying. Like, that's a really easy scatter. I did not mean to break the camera away. Like, that's a really easy scatter, right? There's right there. I wish I could easily track armor too. But it's fine. I mean, it's easier than it was. So, like, they're in a choke. There's nothing really, there's not too much in the way. Pretty easy scatter. Worth noting that we would have had another scatter here if we were never outmatched. And so far, we've been autoing the Garrosh like very consistently. So the Garrosh at this point, I believe, is at -9 armor. So he would actually be at 30 armor. So, assuming everyone is hitting the Garrosh, we've actually done a lot of bonus damage. Like over that period of time, and here's what we're gonna do, right? We're gonna take a pretty consistent average. So the Garrosh has taken a total of, and damage taken is a generic stat. It's in tab 2? No, that's armor. Physical damage taken to hero unit and spell damage. So these are the two. We're gonna look at these. So we're at 3.8 and 4.6. Over the duration of this, Garrosh had an average of minus 6-ish to all damage done to him than he would have had. So we can roughly estimate that he took 6% more damage. No. So we went from 3.8k to 4.6k to roughly 5k, 5.5k in each category, which means he took a grand total of 900 spell damage and 1700 auto damage. The anti-armor added roughly 156 bonus damage, which is not a lot. So anti-armor is everyone in the team. So it goes. Hey Bahamut. Everyone who did damage to the Garrosh got their damage increased. Which is why I'm looking at the damage Garrosh took and not the damage Hanzo did. Does that make sense? And here's the thing. He has another scatter. So he scatters there, one auto. That's not on. I think that actually hit the siege meter. So that's definitely an auto on Garrosh. That's a second auto on Garrosh. He would have gotten a whole nother W in that time frame if he was never outmatched. Now, if that W hits nothing, then it's less damage. But if 2 of those W arrows hit someone, it's more damage than we've gotten from the anti-armor, even with everyone hitting the Garrosh. Which is pretty crazy. Right? It's pretty crazy that the never outmatched is potentially that much better if you're hitting scatters. And we can actually easily check how much damage it did to Blaze right there, right? He got 16 bonus damage on the Blaze. No one hit Blaze with a spell. So the player is actually the one who asked the question. Disciple asked it. And the basic problem with sharpened arrowheads is it has to stack up over time. And it's only when it starts to get like a fair number of stacks and everyone's focusing that target that you sort of end up doing a significant amount of damage from the talent. Even if you got it to full stacks and everyone on your team then focused the target, chances are, assuming you hit like even 50% of your arrows in a scatter, so like an average of 2.5 arrows And again, I'm not counting. I'm assuming this level 1. I'm not thinking about the different level 1 where you get 2 additional arrows. If you hit an average of 2.5 of those, not even considering the 16 talent synergy, Never Outmatched will have done more damage. The only reason to go Sharpened Arrowheads or the Dragon Hungers at level 7 is if you just straight up miss most of your scatters. And they literally don't hit anything at all. And that's missed, like, not hit at all, not missed by my standard, which is higher, because I stole it by watching replays of really good Humble players. Or developed it by watching replays of really good Humble players. So here we're doing a little bit of bonus damage to the Blaze. And I think the theory is sound, right? The theory is, oh, if we're only hitting frontline and all my team's able to hit this one frontliner, it really should feel, it feels like, especially into Garrosh, the reduced damage should add up faster. But it just takes so long to ramp up, even with attacking once per second. Oh, side note, and I have to give Cass my credit for this because I never thought about it. Redemption is actually better against Bunker if you're not W4, because you auto attack the Bunker down faster. Like I think it actually genuinely made a difference in how quickly that Bunker died that he's Redemption instead of Civil Geometry. That kill happened. So we can kind of look at Garrosh's damage. Again, we'll look at Garrosh's damage taken. He's at 6.2 and 6.6. We get one auto on the Garrosh, now he's at -3 armor. We get a second auto, so now he's at -6. We got up to a max of -9. And we'll actually rewind that. And look at when he started taking damage. So here he's armor reduced. That's maybe 100 extra damage. Which again, if we get a single extra W and 2 of those arrows hit, the W is better. Samura's damage doesn't ramps up a lot higher. Or no, well, no. What talent am I thinking of? Because Samura's damage starts at 10, right? It doesn't ramp. What am I thinking of that ramps to 40%? Crushing Blows? Samura is also a little bit easier because there's an entire calculator made for him. So if I actually have a very specific math question for Samura, I can literally just ask star and run specific numbers for me, and they'll be accurate. For Samura, there's also the PvE, because a Way of Illusion gives you benefit in PvE, whereas none of the other ones do.
We have brought down their fort.
And I'm accounting for other people in the team hitting it, right? I'm by tracking the damage on Garrosh specifically. I'm accounting for any other damage that other players are doing to the Garrosh that might be benefiting from the minus armor. And like even with that, you know, I think if you want to be really good at Hanzo, the things you need to focus on are getting really good at hitting scatters and getting really good at hitting arrows.
My temple's power.
And yeah, I do think Redemption was actually interesting in this game because I think even with W7, Redemption was still actually putting in because it does change the breakpoint. So if you're actually spamming W on cooldown, problem is if you're spamming W on cooldown, you still have to make sure those W's hit. This was incredibly awkward. I don't know why he thought he could go Flame Vision right there, but he lived. So. Also note that you can't target swap very well and expect to get value from Sharpened Arrowheads, because the moment you target swap and you're not hitting the same target anymore, you essentially reset the value from the talent. Whereas Never Outmatched doesn't give a shit who you're autoing. Anyone in range you can auto and start getting W's. And there are numerous games where like Hanzo will be autoing one hero and then Wing a different hero that his team is actually focusing. You don't have that option. The ability to target swap is incredibly valuable. One of the main weaknesses Syl has is the inability to target swap if she doesn't have other things to get her stacks going.
Light of the sun grows.
Small thing here, if you're going to do boss calls like this and you know there's a possibility the enemy team can invade, everyone should start on the right-hand side because the tornado always spawns randomly on one hero. If everyone starts on the enemy team side of the map, then the tornado will always spawn on that side of the map, and then you can move over to your side of the map, and if the enemy team tries to invade, they have to walk through the tornado. Unless they wrap all the way around. So we spawn the tornado south here. This would be so much better if the tornado was on the right.
My magic flows.
I'd be surprised if the number was that high. I try to get the information out there. Garrosh's trait is the only thing left in the game that stacks armor, by the way, so the Blaze bunker armor is stacking here. Just a completely insane amount of armor. Again, Redemption actually doing more building damage here than either of the other level ones would have.
Select a talent.
Also helps solo the Shrine faster. Like, Redemption got a surprising amount of value this game. And I think people think you have to pair W1 with W7, like, no matter what. But I actually would be perfectly happy to see more people going Redemption plus W7 and just seeing how that worked out. Also worth noting that Ignore All Distractions not only clears waves faster at most levels, but it doesn't consume any mana to clear the wave. So higher amount of time. Which I think is another reason that Rich liked it on when he was bottom anchor on Dragon Train. Also helps you siege. Increased attack range from hitting the minions here. Let some siege a little bit better. And we are doing more siege damage. So the person who took the talent asked about the 7, but I think we're all pretty much happy. Like, we're relatively happy that Never Outmatched would have been better. But the level 1 is doing far more work than I would have expected. And even the level 1 is making Ignore All Distractions better, because you're hitting an auto every 1 second instead of every 1.3-ish seconds. Because Hanzo's base attack speed is 0.67 attacks per second. I would probably change the metric, but I'm not sure that I would change the metric too, since I don't have enough competitive games to draw a reasonable rubric from. Which is great for me, because now I can stop talking about his level 1 and his level 7. I don't talk about his level 1 until he gets it back. Mwah. Appreciate you, Disciple.
Select a talent.
I hate the scatter, by the way. It doesn't change the wave clear breakpoints. Now it's on cooldown. It didn't end up mattering in any way, shape, or form, but I still hated it. This is the second time I have watched this replay through in this level of detail.
Our enemy falls before them.
So actually, that is So the Vikings are at 801, and I have to move chat again. Chat, why do you have to be this way? $801 and 76. I guess this is technically mixed armor. Isn't serrated arrows also counters to? Yes. I mean, I don't know if HOTS has a pro scene. It's from the highest level of competition that currently exists in the game. So you get one over there. Really good scatter. Although they were standing close to a wall, which helps. Get the reveal.
Heading here.
Is that the best you can do?
Again, it's just not a lot of damage. It's just not. You want to get good at arrows, by the way? Go into your replays and try to see your arrows from the enemy team's perspective. So Hanzo is bottom. We know he's coming top. He's coming through. So we can look for it. We can think, oh, we need to watch for an arrow coming from this exact direction because we know exactly where Hanzo's coming from. And it comes over the wall. Red team did not look like they were looking for it. It looked like that just sort of missed by coincidence. But if you know exactly what direction it's potentially coming from, you can like look at that area of the screen. Ideally, it comes over a wall, just like it did. Garrosh dies here. Garrosh is massively overkilled here by like 1,000 damage. Like he dies, but then everyone still had an auto like loaded up. Like he was massively dead. The talents did not matter. The positioning mattered. And then they end the game. So I don't think it was very good. Honestly, I expected it to do better than it did just because of the way armor works. But it turns out Never Outmatched is just that broken. So it is what it is. What are you gonna do? Who should I host? Because that is the end of our show. We have gone all over all our questions. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. We were actually the 4th highest viewership in the category right now. Although like, we're competing with Grumpy, who has 3.8k viewers. So, but thank you guys for watching. There will be more games from this tournament this weekend, and then there will be more questions in the Discord, and then there will be more answers. Also, there was a patch today, and I believe Spazzo is updating his UI with some new cool stuff. So next week, it honestly, fingers crossed, will look even better. He showed me, he allowed me to see some of the previous stuff, and I'm pretty excited about it. So if there's no other questions, comments, or concerns, I'm going to call it a day. Thank you all so much for watching. It ended up being an almost 6-hour show. But I wanted to make sure I gave some of these questions the appropriate review that they deserved. So thank you all for watching. Remember, this is a stream. We never lose. We always win, or we learn something. Learning is always a win. Have a good night, everyone.